Hello and welcome to this live stream number 146, an evening with David Falk. What you expect? This, of course, is our weekly live stream where we come and we answer your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. So, with that said, we're going to probably get right into the questions here. The rules are the same as always, which is A, we do take non-super chats. Tonight we're probably going to take less non-super chats than we normally do because we got a full lineup already. But we do take non-super chats, and if you do post a non-super chat, we ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning, the very, very beginning of the comment. If it isn't there, we don't see it. It doesn't exist. The second thing is that post your question only once. Multiple questions will be disqualified. We don't want to encourage question spamming. And the third thing is, regardless of whether it's a super chat or a non-super chat, if it happens to concern something in the Bible or a foreign language, we need a little context. In the case of something in the Bible, we need the book it's in, the chapter, and the verse. And for a foreign language, we need what language you think it's in and what do you think it means, just so that we can narrow down the context of these questions in a more succinct manner. Okay? So with that said, we're going to start the night with, yeah, there are so many super chats. BC just said so many super chats. Oh, yeah. We looked at the roster here and went, oh dear. Like 40, 50 super chats. That's a good problem. Still a problem, but it's a good problem. So we're probably going to just try to buzz through as many of these without lingering too much on any one particular question. Okay. So that's it. We're going to start the night with two non-super chats and then get right into the super chats. Okay, the first non-super chat is by Wormius. What is your opinion on the Gosford glyphs? They're a hoax, essentially. They're definitely a modern... For those who don't know, there's a park in Australia called Gosford, where somebody found in the 1970s these Egyptian-looking glyphs on the side. And some of them do have like the cartouche of Khufu, at least a badly done cartouche, and various Egyptian hieroglyphs and non-hieroglyphs. So when it's been looked at by most experts like Okenge and others, they've come to the conclusion, and I agree with it. This is a hoax. And it's a pretty bad hoax. So these are not in any way legitimate hieroglyphs from Egypt, from an Egyptian source. These are essentially somebody who scrawled on some wall in Australia and, you know, basically fringe theorists today, like Kent Hovind, try to pitch this thing off as legitimate. Okay, so with that said, let's get on to the next super chat. So, hoax, definitely a hoax. Don't pay any attention to it because it's nonsense. Next one here is from Warrior of the Most High. Did the lower classes of Egyptians, farmers, and slaves have tombs? And the answer to this one is no. They did not have tombs. Most of the lower classes were buried in something called a pangrave, or something similar to a pangrave, where they basically dug a hole in the ground in the desert, dropped the body in there, added a few grave goods, and buried it up with sand. And that was the extent of a lower class burial. So suffice it to say, they didn't have any cut tombs. They weren't fancy. There was little decorations. There was no decorations. I mean, it's just a hole in the sand. That's how the lower class Egyptians were buried. So, anyway, hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. Okay, now we're going to get on to the super chats because we got a ton of them. First one here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. what happened to Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel 4:29-33? Did he go insane? Did he become a beast? If anything, do we have any historical evidence? Okay. Let's first of all take a look at Daniel 4. See what it says. Let's go to 4:29. Bible here. Okay. 12 months later, he was, and this is referring to Nebuchadnezzar II, he was walking on the roof of the royal palace of Babylon. The king reflected and said, "Is this not Babylon the Great, which I myself have built as a royal residence by the might of my power, for the glory of my majesty?" While the word was in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven saying, "King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is declared sovereignty has been removed from you, and you will be driven away from mankind, and your dwelling place will be beasts of the field. You will be given grass to eat like cattle, and 7 periods of time will pass over you until you recognize that the Most High is ruler over the realm of mankind and bestows it on whomever wishes." Immediately, the word concerning Nebuchadnezzar was fulfilled, and he was driven away from mankind and began eating grass like cattle, and his body was drenched in the dew of heaven until his hair had grown like eagle's feathers and his nails like bird claws. Okay. Now, there's some issues here, and there's no doubt about it. The first issue is that the last days of Nebuchadnezzar are shrouded in mystery. We know that he reigned 43 years. Okay, that much we know, and his successor Amel-Marduk, basically imprisoned. This is from Babylonian documents. Imprisoned Nebuchadnezzar after he had returned from a long trip. Now, it doesn't say where he went on that long trip. It doesn't say how long that trip was. So we don't really know how Nebuchadnezzar spent his last days ruling over Babylon. But only that he had been imprisoned by his future crown prince and future successor, Amel-Marduk. Now, Amel-Marduk's reign on the Babylonian throne wasn't very long. It was only 2 years. He had a very contentious reign. He couldn't hold on to power, and he was overthrown by Nabonidus. Now, there are Hellenistic and other Jewish sources that state that it was Nabonidus who went insane. In that particular case, Japan's Conrafe, a long trip to rehab. Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Probably. Yeah, so there is some possibility that the madness being ascribed to Nebuchadnezzar is a literary conflation. Okay? Where they're taking the author is taking the events of multiple kings and conflating them into one person. So it is possible that this madness that could have been Nabonidus's mental illness is just being ascribed to sort of that conflation of Babylonian kings, of Nebuchadnezzar plus Nabonidus. That's a possibility, and it's not a possibility we should overlook. So that's sort of the historical evidence, and we don't have any evidence of mental illness from the Babylonian sources. The only sources we have for this are some late Hellenistic sources, the Jewish sources, again, those are fairly late, and Daniel. That's it. So we're kind of drawing this off of an absence of evidence. So we're not really sure what the final days of Nebuchadnezzar look like. So anyway, that's the best we can do on this one. It's either that Nebuchadnezzar did suffer a mental illness, perhaps in addition to Nabonidus' mental illness, and they were both mentally ill at the end of their reign, so they conflated the two. That's possible. It's possible that it was only Nabonidus who was mentally ill and became the conflated the reigns. Or Nebuchadnezzar II's long trip was to a grassy field somewhere where he ate grass like cattle. All three are possible here. So anyway, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I hope that helps. Next super chat here is from N. Japonis Conrafe for $10. In Genesis 3:19, God mentions bread to Adam. Bread would not have been known in the garden. Is retrojection being allowed to interfere with the actual words of God here, or is there something else going on? Well, let's bring up Genesis 3:19. Genesis. $19. Okay. Now the text just says, "By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread, till you return to the ground, because from it you were taken, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return." Okay. Now there is a lexical scope issue here, which is that the word bread, lehen, can mean bread, but it can also mean food in general. So here we have something that's being translated in the specific sort of case, which frankly most English readers wouldn't think twice about normally. But it's not necessarily a retrojection. It could be a retrojection if the meaning does imply that he was making bread, but that's not necessarily the case here. As I say, the lexical scope of lehen is broad enough to include food in general. So it's one of those things that Patui says bread is often glossed bread, but it means any munchables. Pretty much. Pretty much. Take that one. Munchables, yeah. I just see that. 817. Oops. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is glossed that way, and unfortunately, this is one of those cases where glossing in English does betray us. English is such a... I mean, our translations are really do deceive us at times. Making inconsistencies where there are none. So... Where was it? Munchables goes into the next revision of DCH. What's DCH? Oh. Oh. Hey, Mr. Phil Fox is here. Good to see you. Blessings, Dr. Falk. Thank you for all the work you do. Well, our pleasure. We really, really enjoy doing these live streams, and this is one of the reasons why we do our ministry, is to educate people about the Bible and the ancient Near East. So, great to see you here tonight, and your work does a real blessing as well. So we appreciate your efforts as well. So praise God. Okay. So with that said, let's get to the next super chat here. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. What are your thoughts on Logos University? Okay. I do have an opinion on it. Which is my opinion on Logos is I think you've got better options. Okay? Okay. Let me bring up their webpage, and this will sort of express my concerns about I don't know about the quality of their education. Okay, I'm going to be straight up. But their accreditation left me thinking not good things. So let's bring up their webpage and we'll read it and you can see for yourself. Okay. So I'm going to pull up their webpage here and I'm going to read it. The important bits, okay? Now this is their accreditation status. Logos University is authorized by the Florida State Board of Independent Colleges to grant degrees and continue as a registered degree-granting institution with the Florida Department of Education Commission for Independent Education. Okay. All this is to say they got a religious exemption to grant degrees. So they're exempt from oversight. That's what that means. Okay, so that first paragraph means they're authorized as an exemption, not an accreditation. Okay? So they're outside of licensing requirements. It is all this is as my producer just says. All this is very important if you want to go on to future academic studies. Okay. Yeah. Then it gets kind of hinkier. Okay, that's sort of the beginning of this. Logos is a member in good standing with the Association of Christian Schools International and peer accredited with the International Association of Bible Colleges and Seminaries. Okay. And what was it now? ACSI is one of their... Now, ACSI is a really interesting association because it's a business. Okay, first of all, it's a business. And it's a business that does something very interesting. It's a business under contract with the United Kingdom Border Agency to basically investigate between what's a bona fide school and what's a bogus school. But they're not an accreditor. Okay? They're an investigative agency, not an accreditor. So they sort of, what they do for the UK government is they basically say, okay, this school is legitimate, this one isn't. But they don't improve the quality of education at any particular school. This is the point of an accrediting agency, is to improve the quality of the education delivered, no matter what that education is. So, let me explain follows as a shepherd. So, like a degree mill checker. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's a degree mill checker. So it's not actually, does not actually have the capacity to do accreditation. Now, the International Association of Bible Colleges and Seminaries is an accreditation mill. Okay? Now, you have degree mills, and then you also have accreditation mills. We all know what a degree mill is. This is a school that produces pieces of paper for money. But an accreditation mill is basically gives a school a piece of paper for money to say it's a legitimate school. I know that sounds really bizarre. The degree mill would be giving another organization money to verify it in the same manner that it's verifying its degrees. The irony of this is just it's really fascinating. Okay. So the long and the short of it is no, I would not recommend this school, not at all. I mean, if they're doing hinky things with accreditation like this, then you can trust that they're going to be doing hinky things with your education. So this is one that's best avoided. All right. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. All right, next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. And he asks, book suggestions for arguments contra Mormonism. All right. Here's the thing. I haven't really looked at what's out there in the field of Mormonism for the past 20 years. It's been a long time. There was a time when I was really up on this stuff. I was really interested in countercult ministries, and I was fascinated with Mormonism. Absolutely fascinated with it. I mean, I had copies of the Morning Star, the Mormon Scriptures, many of the counter-apologetics books. But then my interest sort of changed a bit. So I haven't really looked at this in probably 30 years. And Mormonism is a religion that is in constant change. It does change frequently. So keeping up with those changes can be a full-time job in and of itself. So there are a few books I would recommend. First of all, I would recommend, just on a general basis, get yourself a good biography of Joseph Smith. Now, there's two I would recommend. Let me see if I can. Okay. The two I would recommend. There's one that's. Let me put it this way. There's two I'd recommend. I recommend reading both. Get both sides of the story. Okay. One is a very friendly look at Mormonism, and one is a bit on the hostile side because it was written by somebody who was on the way out of Mormonism at the time. And the one that's a little hostile will tell you things that the friendly one won't. So the first one I would recommend is, and this is the hostile one, No Man Knows My History, The Life of Joseph Smith by Fawn Brody. It's rather on the old side now. It was written, I believe, in 1949, if I'm not mistaken. 1946, sorry. 1946. It was considered for the longest time to be the definitive biography on Joseph Smith Jr. Okay? It is a bit hostile. Okay? It's not going to sugarcoat anything. And if you really want sort of to look at Mormonism with all its warts, that's the book you read for its founder, Joseph Smith Jr. The other one I would recommend is Joseph Smith, Rough Stone Rolling, which is the biography by Richard Lyman Bushman. Now, Bushman is a Mormon, and he's a sympathetic Mormon. Okay? So, he's going to give you the point of view of Joseph Smith Jr. from a rose-tinted glass view. Okay? but he does have some insights, and they're very good, and it will help you to see what Mormonism is like from an insider's view of Joseph Smith, and that can be helpful. I think one of the things when we approach, say, any new religious movement like Mormonism, okay, is we try to get both an etic and an emic perspective on the religion. So, we want to get a view where, okay, we want to be able to view it objectively from the outside. What does it actually believe? How does it engage with other sources like the Bible? You know, what is the truth of its history? And that's the etic perspective. And you want that. But you also want to get a view of the emic perspective, which is how does this religion look by its people who hold to it? What are its proponents saying? You know, what do its proponents believe? So you want to get both views. Because if you're going to engage Mormons in dialogue, you need both. So this is why I recommend reading both biographies. Okay? Because both biographies will give you that sort of balance. The hostile one will give you the etic perspective, whereas the Bushman's biography will give you the emic perspective. Now, when it comes to Mormon theology, there's a couple ones you can do. You can do. It's long in the tooth. It's really long in the tooth. And unfortunately, I'm going to say this: the updates have not been great on this book. But Walter Martin's Kingdom of the Cults, the chapter of Mormonism, is probably the best chapter in that book. Okay, the other chapters are kind of meh, but the chapter on Mormonism was really good in its time. The problem is now that it's the good editions of that book are 30 years old now. The updated editions, basically some really, how do I say this, carpetbaggers. A lot of carpetbaggers got involved with the with the subsequent editings of that book after Martin's death and really messed it up. You know, guys like Ravi Zacharias, the Deckers, what's his name now? The guy who ended up taking over Christian Research Institute, Hank Hanegraaff, he got his fingers in there as well. I mean, those guys just messed it up. So, yeah, it's the subsequent editors of the Kingdom of the Cults really botched that book. Okay, it used to be a good book, and it through its first few revisions, it was a great book. It always had that polemic side, and that was probably the one thing I didn't care about so much. But its analysis of Mormonism was very good, and it was succinct, and it was to the point. Now, it is taken that etic perspective, so it is definitely viewing things through a Christian lens. So you do want to get both sides of this. Mormonism has produced several theologies of its own religion that can be useful for you to go back into. Like, I think McConkie wrote a theology of of Mormonism. He's probably one of the leading experts on Mormon theology. So yeah, there's a lot of good resources out there that you can read on Mormonism, both from both an inside perspective of what Mormons think about their own theology versus what, say, Christian apologists would say in response to it. So that's where I'm going to leave it at this point. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope that gives you some sort of guidance here on how to go forward when you engage Mormons. And do it in love. Okay? This is not a combat sport. This is not a combat sport. This is a dialogue. This is us, talking to people in the love of Christ. So I really want to make that clear, that we don't want to make this a combative sport. This is not for fun or games or intellectual achievements. Anybody who uses apologetics like a combat sport shouldn't be doing it. This is something that we do out of love for the person. Okay. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, next one from JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was John 8:1 1 to 11 a real event or a later edition? Okay, I think we had something like this last week, but we'll take it again. It's a super chat. Of course we'll take it again. Okay. Now, the passage actually here does not begin at verse 8, or verse 1. It actually begins at chapter 7, verse 53. I'll just throw it up here. I won't read the whole thing. But this is the pericope adulte. And this is adultery. And this is a very famous pericope. And it's basically the woman accused of adultery that's brought to Jesus, and Jesus writes in the sand, and he says, he who is without sin cast the first stone. Now, it's one of those things where scholars here, whether or not it was a real event, scholars are sort of divided on this. Some think yes, some think no. Some think it was oral tradition that was later on passed down. But all of them agree practically across the board that it's a later edition. Okay? That's almost universal. I mean, this is an open and shut case pretty much. The text appears in only a very limited number of text families. It appears in the majority text, which is the Byzantine texts. So say the Byzantine text type, it appears in those manuscripts. It also appears in the Codex Bezae. And Codex Bezae is kind of a one-off. It's a Western text type, but of the Western manuscripts, Bezae is the only one where this pericope appears. Okay. So it is definitely a later edition, and that's the Bezae text is circa 400 AD. So what we're talking about here now is something that seems to have entered into the Byzantine text type, but seems to have avoided for the most part, the Alexandrian text types, and the vast majority of Western texts. So scholars are pretty much universally agreed that this was not original John. Now, again, does that mean that it was a real event? Could have been. Could have been a real event. It could have been passed down by oral tradition and later added back in. But it doesn't seem to be scripture, and it doesn't seem to be original to the writing of John. So, anyway, I hope that explains this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Next super chat is also from JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Would you ever consider doing something like a popcorn review of the Prince of Egypt? Not a chance. Okay, now let me explain why I will never do a popcorn review of the Prince of Egypt. Okay? The reason is because Disney. Disney is very litigious. Okay? Yeah, one of the most, it has hundreds of lawyers in its employment. Hundreds. No, I don't mean hundreds of lawyers that are on retainer. I mean, hundreds of lawyers that come into their offices every day and work for them full time. Okay? Juan, don't mess with the mouse. Oh yeah, that is correct. Yep. By the way, I standard disclaimer here. Disclaimer here. I used to work for Disney, so I know this. Okay. Yes, Prince of Egypt is DreamWorks. It's owned by Disney. DreamWorks is owned by Disney. Yes, the mouse owns DreamWorks. They've had for decades. Yeah, DreamWorks is definitely owned by Disney. But that's what they would do is they'd go. I mean, DreamWorks was started by. I mean, I was actually there when DreamWorks working at Disney when DreamWorks got bought out. Basically, what happened was, DreamWorks were former Disney animators, and rather than try to lose all that talent, these were animators that left Disney because they were disgruntled. They didn't like working for Disney. So what did Disney do? Bought them out. So they went and started their own third company, Pixar. Guess what happened to that Pixar? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and what ended up happening is that the animators at Pixar were going to quit again and go form a fourth company, and Disney just said at that point, okay, we'll give you some more creative license. Um, but yeah, it was this is how Disney ended up owning all the animation, pretty practically all the animation studios in California. Was it just followed its herd of animators and kept just buying out the studios. They kept quitting. So what ultimately happened with, when you deal with a Disney company is there's a huge number of intellectual properties that they have to protect. So they have an army of lawyers. They have hundreds of lawyers on their payroll. Hundreds of them. And they will sue you like there's no tomorrow. So even if I could do a popcorn review of The Prince of Egypt and get it on YouTube, because don't forget, YouTube has a intellectual property system that is will basically find this stuff and lock you down. Basically, you won't get past YouTube's intellectual property detection system. First of all, okay, so you won't get past that, and even if you got past that, you then face the legal wrath of Disney. One of the things we don't do on this channel is we try to avoid doing popcorn reviews that will land us into decades worth of litigation. We don't think litigation is a great use of our time. This is why we'll never do a popcorn review of a Disney film. It's also why we will never do one on, say, anything done by Simca Jakobovich. Okay? Same reason. Simca Jakobovich does frivolous lawsuits of anybody who critiques his stuff. Yeah. So anyway, that's why we'll never do one of Prince of Egypt. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. All right, next super chats here. All right, the next super chat here is from Aaron Richard for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Your videos on the 10 Commandments are amazing. Well, thank you. What are some of your sources of research used? Mostly commentaries. Also, I understand they were a treaty covenant with Israel. Yep, they were. How should modern Christians live them out? That's a great question. Okay. So let's break this down. Okay. I did the 10 Commandments after doing a peer review article on the origins of monotheism in for the Israelites. And one of the things about monotheism and the Israelites is it's directly related to the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments is really the formative document that flipped Israelite culture from a henotheistic culture really to and perhaps even a pantheistic culture to a monotheistic culture. So that was really sort of the undergirding for talking about the 10 Commandments. Now, the actual sources of the 10 Commandments I used is a variety of commentaries. I can't name them all off the top of my head. But I usually just go to commentaries. Sometimes I'll go to articles. I have an Atlas subscription and a large file of documents where I sort of look at peer-reviewed stuff. So, that was one of the fringe benefits of going to Trinity was I got to keep access to some of the databases, particularly the Atlas one. So, that's where I really focus on the peer review articles and say commentaries for this sort of thing. Okay, now it is a treaty and a covenant. The 10 Commandments are a treaty and it is a covenant. So how do modern Christians live them out? Essentially, it's a good idea to at least not do these things that are crappy to other human beings. Okay? It is following the two, loving the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul and strength, and loving your neighbor as yourself. This summarizes the entire law on the prophets. So, basically, modern Christians should live them out insofar as, first of all, the Sabbath. It's a good thing to take a Sabbath. Excellent idea to take a Sabbath. You should take a Sabbath. Is it required? No, because that is the only of the 10 Commandments that has been completely fulfilled by Christ as Lord of the Sabbath and as the catch bucket of the sacrificial system. Okay? So then, as if you love Christ, you'll keep the commandments. Okay? Yeah, that's a sign of love. That's a sign of love. It won't save you, but it is a sign of love. Do what the master says. The master says don't steal. Don't steal. Master says don't commit murder. I know that one's real hard. I don't know if I go a day without wanting to commit murder on somebody, but but don't commit murder. Don't commit adultery. Be faithful to your wife. Oh boy. So anyway, so that's what I would say, that there are things here that are that we should still live out. We should love our neighbor. And it's not so much that we are not doing these things as much as the law of love should take precedence here. How do you love your neighbor? Well, don't take their stuff. Don't take their wife. Don't take their car or their big screen TV. Okay? How do you love your neighbor? You don't beat them up in a dark alley and steal their cash. How do you love your neighbor? You do good things to them. If they insult you, you turn the other cheek and take the insult back again. You know? Hey, that's a blatant lie. Exegetical apologetics. Rumor has it that Dr. Falk murdered tacos last week. It was burritos. That's a bald-faced lie. It was burritos, not tacos. Deacon, law over love, love over law, or law over love? Love over law. It's a balance ultimately, but it is ultimately you're going to side with love. Okay? Yeah, a proper understanding of law is love. So there's it's a two-way kind of thing. Okay? So, now one of the things is love can also be perverted. And that's a very important point. If you define love in ways that are not actually loving to the person, then you get into some really hairy stuff that you see in like progressive Christianity, where love gets distorted into things that are not healthy. So, with that said, I think that covers it pretty well. But that's really how we live it out today, is we are really talking about doing what is good for others. Others first. That's what we're talking about here with living out, say, the law of love. But again, we're not saved by the law. Law doesn't save you. But if you love God, keep the commandments. And that's the predication. If you love, that's the protasis, then keep my commandments. That's the apodosis. Not the other way around. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, was there on this here? I just remember there was a... Go back here for a moment. Make sure I'm not missing something with this question. Let's see if... Ooh. 851. All right. When I get there, I will take a look at it. Okay, so there was an extension to this one, so just glad. Okay, and Japones Conrafe for $10 asks, how could Jacob fight a man he knew was divine Christ and prevail against him? He couldn't. What's the reason for this fight? Why did the man need to leave before daybreak? Forgot to add the Bible passages, Genesis 32, 22 to 30. Okay, let's take a look at that. So, 32 and 22. Bring up the passage here. And Genesis 32, verse 22 and following reads, now he arose that same night and took his 2 wives and his 2 maids and his 11 children and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. And he took them and sent them across the stream and sent whatever he had. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. And when he saw that he had not prevailed against him, he touched the socket of his thigh, so the socket of Jacob's thigh was dislocated while he wrestled with him. Then he said, let me go, for dawn is breaking. But he said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. He said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men and have prevailed." Then Jacob asked him and said, "Please tell me your name." But he said, "Why is it that you ask me my name?" And he blessed him there. So Jacob named the place Peniel, for he said, "I have seen God face to face, yet my life has been preserved." Now the sun rose up upon him just as he crossed over Peniel, and he was limping on his thigh, and no doubt he was. Therefore, to this day, the sons of Israel do not eat the sinew of the hip, which is the socket of the thigh, because he touched the socket of Jacob's thigh in the sinew of the hip. Okay. Now, back to the original super chat here. How could Jacob fight a man he knew was divine and prevail against him? Okay. Now, first of all, did he know he was divine? Very likely, because theophanies tend to have that look to them. What he's fighting here is a theophany. So basically, God in the form of a simulacral body. So he's not fighting the fullness of the divinity here. He's basically wrestling a temporary embodiment of a divine being. So because it's at that temporary embodiment, there would be limits as far as its embodiment is concerned. Now, I think in a lot of ways, God decided not to wrestle Jacob in an unfair manner. Okay. I think he let Jacob have this one. But yet he still had to show Jacob who was boss. Okay? So, and again, this is just, I'm going to be very quite blunt about this. This is speculation. We are not told how exactly he could prevail. We're not told exactly how he recognized the man, other than he didn't prevail. Basically, when we talk about prevail, okay, we are in that position where we have to say, well, what here is a win? What is a victory? This is similar to like two boxers going in the ring. Let's say I go into a boxing ring with Mike Tyson in his prime. Okay? If I go into a boxing ring with Mike Tyson, I'm not gonna win. Not gonna win. It ain't happening. Okay? Now, okay, even in my prime, I wouldn't win against Mike Tyson in a boxing match. Okay? But if I go the distance, if I meet him, punch for punch, if I just get a tie, I've won. I've accomplished a personal victory, even though I have no chance of knocking him out. Okay. Of course, boxing was never my sport anyway, so jiu-jitsu was always my sport. But Mask of Shy, if you survive, that's already a victory. Exactly. And that's the sort of victory here that Jacob is getting. There's no way he's going to win this thing. Okay? But just being able to say he went the distance is enough. Okay? So, Danny DeMint, shucks, I'd argue surviving 3 rounds is a win. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, surviving 3 rounds of Tyson in his prime would have been a win. But that's what you're just talking about here, is that it's a victory not in the sense that he's overpowered God, but it's a victory in the sense that he went the distance. And that's a good enough victory. But, he also was shown that if God really wanted to injure him, he could. Dislocating your hip socket is painful. It's painful. One you can recover from, but, still painful. I probably had to go back to his tent and have his 4 wives, shove that socket back in. But, yeah, it would have been painful, but still, it showed who was in control. Now we don't know the reason for the fight. There was probably some divine portent that let him know that, okay, time to send your family across the Jabok because this is getting serious. So, but we're not told the exact circumstances that predicated the wrestling match. We don't even know why. Other than as far as the daybreak goes, we do get some sense of that from, say, other theophanies, like the theophany of Abraham, where the suzerain vassal treaty is basically acknowledged, where God consumes all the pieces before dawn breaks. So it seems to be more that this is just sort of a customary. If a theophany shows up in the day, he'll stay the night, and that's it. But we don't know the exact reason why it was necessarily daybreak. There might be something in the ancient Eastern literature that would give us more insight on this, but I don't happen to know what the reason is off the top of my head. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. This is your weekly reminder. Also, I expect to have the payment ready by mid-late March, early April. Wanted to give you the heads up. Oh dear. Now he's talking about, basically, I agreed to do a walkthrough, a review of Assassin's Creed Origins for the lump sum of $2,500. I didn't think he'd pull this off. He must really want this. Well, you'll get your money's worth, okay? That'll sell you. You'll get your money's worth. I promise you that. Oh, it's USD. Yeah, it's not. That one we were clear on. It's USD, not rupees, not rubles, not Greek lira, not the Mexican peso. US dollars. No pesos. Definitely no pesos. And no rubles. So yes, we will do this. We'll go good for the offer, okay? But thank you for the heads up. I'll have to start finding that game then. Danny DeMitt, not Canadian dollars? Oh no, not Canadian dollars. No. Stuff is worthless as Monopoly money, practically. Oh, that's a really. I'll take that question here. We do Bitcoin, by the way. We do Bitcoin. We do Bitcoin, and we do take Monero as well. Dean Salazar, why so much money? First of all, it takes a lot of time to do a proper video game review where you're doing this sort of thing is going to take at least 20-40 hours. So it's a lot of time to do this. Time I'm not devoting to something else. Essentially, that's what it is. So that's why. Frankly, the second reason is I didn't really want to do it because it's work. It's work. You know, it's one thing to play a game that has nothing to do with archaeology or Egypt. Okay. And I discovered this when once I got my PhD. Once I got my PhD, I went back and I started playing some Tomb Raider. I used to love the Tomb Raider series. It was one of my favorite series. It's actually one of the things that got me interested in archaeology was Tomb Raider. I went back to play it a second time after I got my PhD, and it was like, it was like work. It felt like work. So it stopped being fun at that point. So I use video games mostly as a form of relaxation. So because I use it mostly for a form of relaxation, if it's a video game that's not going to be relaxing, yeah, it's got to be worth it in other ways. Tim Yara, Dr. Falk enjoys Tetris more than Assassin's Creed. I used to love Tetris. I did play a lot of Tetris. Back in classic video, yeah, classic Tetris. Back in the arcade days, I would play Tetris. I'd play Centipede. I played a ton of Centipede. Battlezone. Loved Battlezone. Could not get enough of Battlezone. Uh, so yeah, some of those classic video games were really terrific. Dean Salazar, but why is he doing so much? I'm shocked at the commitment. Laugh out loud. Well, you know, we do a lot of things. Info Addict, I didn't realize you were a gamer, David. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Well, I have been a gamer for a long time. I mean, even long before I was in did my grad school, I was a gamer. So, you know, this is pre 2006. I mean, I've been a gamer since I was in high school. So, all right. So let's get back to the next super chat here. Super chat here is from. So just to thank you to AT Ministries. Again, we'll look forward to that payment, and then we'll start the review. Start doing it. Okay. Blaystone. Yep. Jack Ray, Blaystone. Better fuel up those pyramids. AT Ministries for $4.99. It looks like there's two questions here. In John 5:23, does the term just as mean in the same way or likewise? Also, what made her father of Uri a powerful man? Okay. I will take the one. It would have been helpful for you to include a scripture for her. That second question too. But it's essentially because he's a tribe or clan leader. Now we're not told exactly what his position is, but I believe he is a tribal leader in the tribe of Judah. And Judah was already at that time a powerful tribe. Had a lot of clans and a lot of men. So that's what made him powerful, essentially. As far as John 5:23, let's bring up the passage. John 5:3. Okay. And in order that all may honor the Son, even as they honor the Father, he who does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Okay. And I think here what you're talking about here is the term even as, just as. And that's the term kathos. Okay. And kathos is one of those prepositions that, or adverbs, that is really, it can mean just as, it can mean in the same way. That's possible. Or it can even be likewise. It can have all those associated meanings. So, but it is a consequent. It's a it's a adverb of consequence. So in order that they may honor the Son, just as a consequence of, they honor the Father. So it's sort of that adverb of consequence. So Dean Salazar, no 24-hour stream. Falk must rest. Y'all going Konami on David. Well, that's not new for my peeps here. So yeah, the term is, can mean in the same way, but it does have that sort of nuance of consequence. So just as, even as, such that, or not such that, sorry, as a result, you know, there's that sort of nuance here to that. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for what, 499. Thank you for the super chat. How do I take 3 years of Greek and 2 of Hebrew when the universities I can find only offer 2 semesters of each? Oh, wow. You are going to have to find other institutions. Well, okay. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. 2 semesters of each, that's only just beginner. That's beginner Hebrew and beginner Greek. That's enough of each language to be dangerous, unfortunately. So, okay, I'll take that supplement here too. Let's just I'll just take that in a moment here. Conrafi's comment here. You'll find that some institutions will have 3 years, some have 2. It's going to depend on the institution. Now, institutions like, for example, your 3rd year Greek is typically an application year, where you take your Greek and apply it to the actual practice of exegesis. Okay? So typically, when you do Greek, you do 1 year of foundation, a 2nd year of exegesis, and a 3rd year of application of exegesis. So that's typically how it works with Greek. Hebrew is something similar, where it's, again, 1 year of Hebrew, foundation Hebrew, and then 1 year of Hebrew exegesis. So that's typically how it works. Now, at a lot of universities, they don't do exegesis. So they'll just give you the foundation language and then hope for the best. Unfortunately, unfortunately gives you an incomplete view of the language. Now, where I took Hebrew in my undergrad university, Hebrew was offered for 2 years. It was a 2-year program. Greek was also a 2-year program. You don't typically find 3 years at universities, but you do find it at seminaries. Again, that's that application year that you need to do. So I would highly recommend that even if you do take, say, 2 years of Greek at a university, you continue and do your 3rd degree at a seminary, if they have that. So, you won't see the 3rd year of Greek at university so often, but you do sometimes see it this way too. They'll do this sometimes. Well, they'll do 2 years of, say, Koine, and then 1 year of Attic, or 1 year of Byzantine Greek. So sometimes universities will add years of Greek by adding different dialects of Greek. So they'll do that too. But typically, to get a good competence of Greek, you need 3 years, and 2 years for Hebrew. So I would say, Deacon says 2 years of classic, then Koine is easy. Yeah, it can be. It can be. That's one approach. I mean, you could do the same thing with Akkadian too. You know, 2 years, 1 or 2 years of Akkadian and Hebrew is a cinch. Okay, but the problem is you're going to have to go through the pain and agony of Akkadian. Well, the pain and agony of classical Greek. Yeah, sure, Koine is easy after that. Whoa! Ooh! Eee! Yeah, you can always take. Katui says, do it in reverse, like I did. I had 4 semesters of classical dialects like Attic, and then John's Gospels were a whiz. Oh, sure! Yeah! Absolutely! 4 semesters of classical dialects? This is the root canal solution to the problem, where you take a related language that's much harder, and then the one you really want to study is super easy at that point. Dean Salzar, Akkadian is easy? No! Oh, no! Well, I mean, there's several ways you can do languages where a resultant language is a lot easier, but it's a painful way to do it. Like, like Coptic. Coptic is they normally teach it as a 3rd-year Egyptian course, but if you take late Egyptian, which is usually a 4th year first, it's your 4th year, and then you take 2 years of Greek, yeah, Coptic's not so hard anymore. But you're going to be doing 3 years of language study leading up to Coptic. So, yeah, I mean, there are these solutions where you can take these longer routes to get there, but it's not without a price. It's not without a price. And I think that's the issue here is do you want to pay the price to do it the hard way, or do you want to find a different institution that will give you the requisite number of courses you really want to take? So that's the question there. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Again, thank you for the super chat. What was the environment climate like in Israel when the Jews entered into the land? How is it different from today? It's actually quite different today than it was back then, both in its geography and its geology. Now, the land of Israel, we don't think of Israel being a geologically active country, but it is. It has earthquakes. There's several tectonic plates that cross through Israel. So it does get earthquakes, and sometimes quite severe earthquakes. For example, earthquake subsidence has shaped the geography of Israel. Bethesda, which was a fishing town, okay, used to be on the coast of the Sea of Galilee. Today, it's 40 miles away from any source of water. And the reason why is an earthquake caused the Sea of Galilee to recede and the elevation of Galilee to increase, causing the water to rush away. Okay? But perhaps the biggest change in, say, the environment and the climate of Israel took place in the 1940s. Basically after the Jewish people regained their homeland. And that happened when the swamp was drained. There was a massive swamp that ran north to south through the middle of Israel. And you can kind of think of it like this, that there was... The geography, I'm going to draw a rough map of Israel here, just so you kind of know what I'm talking about. So, all right, that's kind of Israel in a cross section. Okay, here you got the Jordan Valley, leading to the Dead Sea, Judean foothills, the Shephelah, the other half of the Judean foothills, and then the coastal plain leading to the Mediterranean. Well, right where the X is was a swamp, an impassable swamp. And it was there for thousands of years. Okay. It used to have hippos. Okay. So it was a big swamp, and I saw Tim Yara's. Tim Yara, Dr. Falk is drawing something. I bet there's a buyer for his drawings. Merch store idea. We're still gonna do the merch store idea for the what's it called now? May the Lord be between you and me whenever we're apart. And it's gonna be like a skull and crossbones and other ancient Near Eastern death threats. So we're still gonna do that merch. Oh, maybe the Chewbacca stone too. Who knows?
But we've got to do. We'll do the Chewbacca.
We'll do the Chewbacca stone too. Okay, so getting back to that super chat here. So that swamp was basically a divide right up the middle that made it impassable from the coast, directly from the coastal plain to the Judean foothills. You could get there through it on foot, but you can't get through it on chariot. So, so that coastal plain had that swamp that in the 1940s was drained. They drained that swamp and they turned it into agricultural land. This changed a lot of things about the climate of Israel. It's a lot more arid today. It's less humid. It's less given to extreme storms as a result of its humidity. Okay? That swamp caused a lot of flash flooding. So the draining of that swamp really changed the climate of Israel. Made it a drier, hotter place. So anyway, that sort of gives you a little taste of what the geography of Israel was like in ancient times versus today. And there is some notable differences. All right, next super chat here is also from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you again for the super chat. What ancient nations practice circumcision? Why? Okay, we know that only two ancient nations practice circumcision. Israel and Egypt. And we know Egypt did it because there's some 5th Dynasty tombs around the Pyramid of Teti that show somebody being circumcised. It also has the inscription on it saying he's being circumcised too, so that helps. But yeah, the Egyptians circumcised. Do we know why they did it? No. In the case of Israel, they did it as keeping the Abrahamic covenant. That was the sign that you kept the Abrahamic covenant, was a circumcision. We don't know why the Egyptians did it. It's just not known. It could be a matter of sanitation, keeping things clean. So we don't know exactly why, but it was done by the Egyptians as well, and going way back to the Old Kingdom. So it was a long-standing custom in Egypt to do this. So anyway, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helped. Okay, next one here is from Johnny Moe for $20. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. It's hard for me to believe those who deconstruct weren't sincere in their initial profession of faith. I would agree. I think many of them were sincere. Some say there's a perseverance aspect to true salvation, but if that's the case, how can anyone have assurance? Okay. I've known many people who've deconstructed. I grew up with a lot of, most of my friends growing up were atheists. Actually, I had very few Christian friends growing up, believe it or not. Much of it was I just couldn't stand other Christians growing up. But so most of my friends growing up were atheists. Those were the people I liked. Those are the people I hung out with. They were my friends. Okay, but I would hear some of the deconstruction stories of those who were, and why they deconstructed, or some of them claimed they never did believe. Okay, that's fair enough. If that's your deconstruction story, that you never believed, that's cool. Okay. I can understand that completely. My friend was really sincere about his never believing to begin with. Okay, that's fine. I can understand that entirely. I had other friends who basically, took a different, view of deconstruction, where it was, for them, it was more along the lines of, well, you heard what they believed, and you go, well, wait, that wasn't Christianity to believe with. So, like, for example, one of them would tell me, he just didn't like following the rules. Wait a minute. That's not Christianity. That's a caricature of Christianity. So and this is why I take every deconstruction story on its own basis. And I always give those who deconstruct the benefit of the doubt. I always believe they were sincere. And like, for example, I would hear, like, for example, was it Myth Vision's deconstruction story? Well, you hear his deconstruction story, and he's going from one ecstatic religious experience to another. I mean, he's in a hyper Pentecostal group of churches, and he's going from hyper Pentecostal to hyper Pentecostal church, looking for the next religious fix. So, you have to understand, is that the real Christian faith, where you're going from emotional high to emotional high? Yeah, I mean, he interviewed one person. Myth Vision interviewed one person who discovered that she could get the same religious experience going to a Taylor Swift concert. Well, if that's the limit of your religious, if that's the depth of your religious experience, is I can get the same thing at a Taylor Swift conference. What? I mean, that's a vacuous faith. That's a vacuous faith. And I can believe people are completely sincere about following a vacuous faith. Totally believe it. Deacon or a fistful of acid, yeah. 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 Um, you know, so people have reasons to deconstruct for I mean, there's various reasons to deconstruct. I totally accept that. I think they're all sincere, but I've seen the whole gambit of reasons. I've seen them all. As I said, I've seen them all from, I never believed to begin with to um the vacuous faith to the I'm just tired of hanging around God. I've heard that one where somebody just said, you know what? Yeah, I believe God's real, but I'm tired of this. Tired of dealing with God. I'm tired of dealing with his followers. I'm tired of dealing with his hierarchies. I'm out of here. I've heard people who just want to explore a hedonist life. Now that's often used as a caricature, but I've encountered them. You know, I had one of the things I was friends when I was at seminary. I was friends with the exit counselor, with an exit counselor at Moody Bible Institute. Okay, his job, he was an employee at Moody Bible Institute, and his job was to interview people who were leaving the faith after finishing the program at Moody. He'd basically get a call from parents of the students, of former students, because they're graduating at that point, and basically the parents are concerned. They're freaking out because they've sent their kid to this fundamentalist school for 2 to 4 years, and they're coming out atheists, and they're asking the question, and legitimately so, what went wrong? What went wrong? We sent our kids to your school so they would be entrenched in the faith, and they're coming out atheists. And it wasn't a small number. Not small number, it's like 40%. So I think there is questions that should be asked when the percentages are that high. Okay. But it's also not just one reason either. People have a variety of reasons for essentially leaving the faith. So, and all of them are sincere in their own way. I mean, even the ones that are, say, as jaded as, say, I'd rather go shoot up drugs than do church. Yeah, okay. That there is a sincerity to that. That's a sincere desire. Um, you know, but you get a variety of different. I mean, another example of a deconstruction, narrative that I've heard on occasion is the whole idea that I don't want to be associated with young Earth creationists and people that look stupid. There is an intellectual mystique to atheism that's just not well earned, but people do have it. It's propaganda on the atheist side, but it does that mystique is there. You know. Oh boy.
Christians.
Yeah, yeah. My producer says there's just as many stupid atheists as Christians. Boy, it's in there. Well, yeah.
Very few.
Yeah.
Are my father.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is one of those things where, people have a variety of reasons to deconstruct. And all those reasons are sincere. Not all of them are legitimate, but all of them are sincere. And you can be sincere and sincerely wrong. So I always take their profession of initial faith sincerely, but I have poked that faith at times and seen how vacuous, empty, malformed, stunted. That's a good word. Stunted it was. It just never was a faith that was brought to maturity. I have very rarely seen a really mature Christian, one with a fully developed faith, that is deconstructed. Okay, I might be able to name one. Name one amongst the hundreds that I've encountered over the years. Just, they're rare. Very, very rare. So getting to your second question here is, some say there's a perseverance aspect to true salvation, but if that's the case, how can anyone have assurance? Assurance is in the promise. See, that's the thing. The assurance is in the promise that if you stay on the path, you'll be saved. You don't stay on the path, that assurance isn't there. So it's sort of in some ways that whole perseverance of the saints is, I'd say, in many ways a distortion of what Calvin taught. And unfortunately, it's been picked up by OSAS people and sort of championed as sort of the most important doctrine. When really it's, if you stay on the path, God will keep you on the path. You stray from the path, that's your choice. You get to choose that, whether or not you stay on the path. You're on the path of where God wants you to be. Yeah, he'll keep you there. He'll keep you there as long as you want to be there. But he is not going to force you to stay there. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. What offerings will Christians have to make in the third temple? Who will the high priest be? Was the Shekinah glory in the second temple? I thought it left and stayed gone since the first, per Ezekiel. Okay. 3 questions there. All different. Okay. Let's kind of take these in reverse order. Was the Shekinah glory in the second temple? That's a maybe. We're not sure. Now, here's the thing with the Shekinah glory, is it's not always visible. The Shekinah glory is only visible at certain times when God wants to reveal it. So, was the Shekinah glory in the second temple? It's possible, even if it's not always visible. Okay? So that's... And the Shekinah glory leaving the temple is contingent. It's one of those things where it's contingent on Israel's obedience. So while it left at the beginning of the first, or at the end of the first temple era, basically as they were setting up idols in the temple precincts, slowly the Shekinah glory left. But that was always contingent upon Israel's obedience. So when the second temple is rebuilt, there is that presumption that the Shekinah glory returned, which is why at the crucifixion the temple is the veil of the temple is rent, because it was containing the Shekinah glory in sacred space, and thus the veil was rent so that the Shekinah glory would go out into the world. It's no longer at that point confined to sacred space, but can be in the hearts of every person as a result through the power of the Holy Spirit. Okay? So, the Shekinah glory was in the second temple. Now, getting to the questions here on the third temple. Who will the high priest be? Probably a Levite. A Levite, it'll have to be a Levite from the family of Aaron. Now, Jews have preserved priestly names to identify themselves as Levites. So that's not going to be so much of an issue. There might have to be a change in high priest in the second coming. At that point, it would be, say, a Messianic Jew who was a Levite, who would then take over as high priest. That's probably what would happen. As for what offerings will Christians have to make in the third temple? Well, there will, in the third temple, because of the covering of the sacrificial system, offerings at that point become optional. So Christians won't have to make any offerings in the third temple, but there are some that they are permitted to make. And this is the difference here between obligatory offerings and permissible offerings. Some will be permissible. Like, for example, the Thanksgiving offering, the keeping of a contract offering. Hey, you had a contract, a business contract, it was particularly profitable. So you wait on thank the Lord with an offering. That's a permissible offering. So there will be offerings that, in the sacrificial system, that Christians can still participate in. And those are permissible offerings, but they're not obligatory. So, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for 199. Is the abomination of desolation a person or an act? Yeah. The answer to that is yes. It's both. Okay. Now, the abomination of desolation is a sacrifice as an act. It is a sacrifice that's made in the temple that defiles the temple. Okay? So, like, for example, Antiochus IV slaughtering of a pig on the altar. That's an act that defiles the temple. And when that happens, all sacrifices have to stop until the temple is rededicated and recleansed. And it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a huge deal to do it, because you gotta sacrifice a bull and get the red heifer ashes out and all that stuff. I mean, it is a huge deal to rededicate a temple, but it's doable. Okay, but all sacrifices are supposed to stop as soon as an abomination of desolation act has happened on a temple. Yeah. Yeah, that's true of most, say, religions in sacred space. So now, as far as the person, it is also identified as a person. When you see the abomination that makes desolate, which is often contracted to the abomination of desolation. So when you see the abomination that makes desolate standing in the place where he should not be, that's not an act, that's a person. That person is the personification of an abomination that makes something desolate. Okay? So, when you see this person standing in a place where he doesn't belong, all sacrifices should stop. Probably won't, but they're supposed to. So that's it in a nutshell. It's both an act and a person. And what's notable about it is it's defiled the temple to the extent where it cannot continue on its normal process of fulfilling the sacrificial system. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Was divorce and remarriage what was divorce? Yeah. What was divorce and remarriage like in ancient Israel? Did it change over time from Joshua versus David versus Ezekiel versus Nehemiah versus Maccabees versus Jesus? Yes, it did. It did change slightly. Now, you see more of a change during, say, the Second Temple period and into, say, the New Testament period. So, if we talk about sort of the big changes in the ideas of divorce and remarriage, you can break it down into those three blocks of time, which is sort of their trip to Babylon, from Sinai to Babylon, and from Babylon to Jesus, and then Jesus into the church age. Okay. So, in, say, the time of early Israelite culture, a man could marry multiple wives. That was, as long as he could afford it, he could do it. And the writ of divorce had to come from the man. Now, in the Second Temple period, multiple wives became less common. Some of that might have been for economic reasons, we're not sure. But it was a lot less common, say, during the Second Temple period, for a man to have more than one wife. Or even concubines. So it became a lot less common at that point. But, say, the rule that the man had to issue the divorce decree was still there. It's, say, during the Christian era, though, that you start to get a complete prohibition on polygamy. And it's during the Christian era that basically it said, hey, okay, yeah, this was allowed in the past, not anymore. One man, one woman. And it's during the Christian era, too, where women could start to get divorces. Now, not common in most, say, Christian lands until relatively late in the Christian period, but it did happen on very rare occasions. So, that was sort of the big sort of divisions on divorce and remarriage. And the fact is, remarriage was always controversial. Less so in the Christian era, and less so in the Second Temple period. In the Second Temple period, people were already getting multiple remarriages at that point. But it still remained a topic of debate. So that sort of kind of frames it out for you. Anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is also from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know when Solomon's temple was built? Do we have any synchronisms? Also, why was Simon's dynasty so bad that he went to send Solomon a treaty wife? Whoa, boy. Okay. 3 questions there. How do we know when Solomon's temple was built? 1 Kings 6:1 tells us that Solomon built his temple in the 4th regnal year. And archaeologists have pretty much agreed that that was 966, 967 BC. Okay. And that is based largely, to answer the second question, upon Assyrian synchronisms. So we have synchronisms for the kingdom period, for the divided monarchy, which allows us to date Solomon's reign pretty roughly, but still close enough that everyone would agree that the temple was built in 966 and 967. All right. So that answers the first 2 questions. Now, why was Simon's dynasty so bad that he sent Solomon a treaty wife? The reason is because the dynasty was failing. it was falling apart at the seams. Its semen is one of the last kings of. Sure it gets right. Yeah, he's the second to last king of Dynasty 21. And Dynasty 21 is falling to bits at that point. It's sort of the last gasp of the Theban dynasties. Okay. So after the death of Ramses the 11th, you had his successor Semendes, which was the kingdom kind of fractured. While technically the 21st dynasty ruled over all of Egypt, in practical terms, they really only ruled over Lower Egypt. Upper Egypt was ruled more or less by the high priest of Amun at Karnak. So when it came down to what was the availability then of fighting men to maintain civil order and to prevent usurping, the 21st dynasty started to become highly dependent upon Libyan mercenaries. So those Libyan mercenaries were largely responsible for the fighting forces of Egyptians. As such, sooner or later, those Libyans started getting ideas. And one of those ideas was, well, you know what? We're doing all the fighting. Why aren't we doing the ruling? Yeah, that's a problem with mercenaries, as my producer just said. If you're doing all the fighting, you might want to do the ruling too. So this is how the 21st dynasty started falling to bits. Was the people they had employed to do the fighting on their behalf started thinking they should be ruling also. So that becomes a problem. So anyway, the fact is, it was a dynasty that was completely falling apart from the inside. In fact, it was so bad that Simon doesn't leave us even any monuments. The only reasons we have to know that he exists at all was essentially Manetho and that's our only real record of him is in Manetho. So now I think it's, he doesn't leave us any monuments or stele, even though he rules for like 14 years. 14? 19 years, sorry, 19 years. So, yeah, that's why he has to send out treaty wives, is he's got no more alliances. He's got no alliances. He has no hegemony. He doesn't control Nubia. He doesn't control Libya. He doesn't control a lot of the Nile Delta at that point. He's even lost control of the Nile Delta. So, yeah, it wasn't a good look for his dynasty at the time. So that's why he needed to get treaty wives, is to sort of shore things up for him. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Next one is also from AT Ministries. Thank you again. What is a concubine? How great question. How has the idea of a concubine changed over time? What ancient countries didn't have harems? Okay, harems. Okay, what is a concubine? A concubine is a slave that's dedicated for the purposes of procreation. That's what a concubine is. A slave, not a wife, not somebody who you're married to, generally. It's a slave. It's a slave used to create children. That's a concubine. Now, the idea of a concubine really hasn't changed much over time. It's still the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing today as it was back in ancient times. So that's a concubine. None of the rights of a wife unless she produces children, but that depends upon culture. Some cultures, they had that rule, some they didn't. What ancient countries didn't have harems? Well, that's... in the ancient Near East, the answer to that question is none. All ancient Near Eastern countries had harems. And that's because the exchange of wives was sort of... How do I say this? It was a guarantor of treaty obligations. Now, in the case of treaty obligations, concubines were not often sent, although they were sometimes sent. So here was the difference. Like, for example, Egypt would sometimes be sent in terms of treaty obligations, a wife, a treaty wife, and maybe some concubines. The king of Egypt was obligated under that treaty to marry the treaty wife, make her part of the harem. The concubine, there was no obligation to marry her, or even to take the concubine as a wife. It was one of those things where the sexual union of a concubine, in the case of treaty concubines, was optional for the recipient. So the king of Egypt could receive these treaty wives and never use them for the purpose that they were sent. Which would make total sense because, frankly, the king of Egypt had more wives than he would have ever needed and would have had to fulfill his obligations to them first. Which, in some cases, could take years to do. Okay? You think about, say, Solomon's, I think it's 700 wives and 300 concubines. How long would it take? I mean, it would take just 2 years just to get through the wives. So, concubines were kind of an afterthought in all this. So anyway, that's what a concubine is. It's essentially a slave used for the purposes of procreation and entertainment. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Oh yeah, surrogacy goes back a long time. Yeah, it was as my producer says, surrogacy goes back a long time. It had the same problems back then that it has today. It's just yeah. It is in many ways a surrogate. But that's, again, some of it is, like, for example, in Mesopotamia and in Levant, where there were, say, where there was a procreation crisis, concubines were often purchased to produce potential offsprings to inherit. So that was also part of the cultural milieu as well, and we find this, for example, in take some of the follow-ups here. Deacon, question, STDs in the ancient Near East? Yeah, there were STDs. Some more than others, though. Some of them you would have expected to have been in the ancient Near East weren't. And that was probably not the major cause of infertility. The major cause of infertility was probably nutritional. A barley-based diet probably did not help for fertility at all. Say the lack of folic acid, the lack of vitamin A, those things would have led to increased infertility. So a vitamin poor diet in the ancient Near East probably had more to do with infertility than even STDs. In fact, probably the worst STDs that hit the old world came in from the New World. So, they've discovered that too in recent times. So the STD problem was not as bad as, say, previously thought, but they did exist back then too. Okay. Let me explain. Follows the Shepherd asks, were there male concubines? No. No, they weren't male concubines. They weren't. There was no demand for male concubines. So, I mean, even say amongst, like for example, one of the interesting things about, like for example, Queen Hatshepsut is, her treaties. They still sent female concubines and or there's female treaty wives. They just weren't employed. So Slam RN says surrogate womb. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. And another one here from AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. How fluid was the title of Great Queen? Would a Great Queen be replaced and demoted if she couldn't produce heirs? Well, another could. I imagine that make the succession process cleaner. Did that occur? The answer to those questions is yes. How fluid was the title of Great Queen? It could be quite fluid. It was a Great Queen was needed for two purposes. One was to designate the male heir that would take the throne. The male heir to the throne had to come from the Great Queen. So if she produced male offspring, she would be, and she's the first one to do it, she'd be automatically made the Great Queen. The second thing is that where there is no male offspring, a Great Queen would be appointed to do the second function, which was to do the temple rituals. Because some temple rituals required both the king and the Great Queen to perform them. So in that case, you need the Great Queen to be there for temple rituals. Now, in the case of Hatshepsut, where she is both the king and a female, she still had to fill the role of the Great Queen. Her Great Queen was her daughter, her eldest daughter, who fulfilled the role. So the religious role still had to be fulfilled, even if you had to anoint someone, name somebody to do it. So, would a Great Queen be replaced, demoted if she couldn't produce heirs well another could? Yes. Yes, that was very common. Where, say, if a Great Queen could not produce heirs, she could be demoted, and another one could take their place. Now, that didn't always happen. There are times when, say, the Great Queen produced only daughters, and she remained Great Queen when there were minor queens that produced sons. This, for example, happened with the mother of Thutmose III. The mother of Thutmose III was a minor queen, while Hatshepsut, the Great Queen of I believe Thutmose II. Check that just to be sure. Yeah, Thutmose II. was basically remained Great Queen, even though she only produced 2 daughters. So, a king had the prerogative to keep a Great Queen as the Great Queen in hopes that they would eventually produce male offspring. So, that would be an issue. So then you get that succession. Yeah, if the Great Queen is demoted and a new Great Queen is appointed, yes, the succession process becomes cleaner, and a lot of kings did that. So it wasn't uncommon. Sometimes the Great Queen was just demoted too because she got old and kind of muggly. That happened under the reign of Akhenaten. He demotes Nefertiti because she's not looking so hot anymore. So, that stuff happened too. But usually once the Great Queen produced a male heir, she remained so for the rest of her natural life. That was normal. Which is why Queen Nefertari under Ramses II remained Great Queen until her death. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we got one here again from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Aside from the Hyksos and the Seleucids, when did we have non-Egyptian rulers of Egypt? Well, the Seleucids never ruled Egypt, but we'll get into that. You're thinking of the Ptolemies. May you speak some ancient Egyptian. Okay. Let me think here. What? Oh. Wenchu. Well, sorry. Weju Ankusunebu. Essentially, long life, or prosperity, health, and prosperity, life, and health. Okay, there you go. I butchered that, but Weju Ankusunebu. Okay, so there you go. There's a little bit. There's a snippet of Egyptian, or Mek Ra'a Empa Ta. Okay, or Mek Ra'a Em Aket. Behold, the sun is in the sky, or the sun is on the horizon. Okay. All right. So, how did I learn Egyptian? I went to school, and I did it for 4 years. Okay. That's how I learned Egyptian, is the hard way, going to school. 4 years of it. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. AD Ministries, thank you again. Is it selfish to invest in your own spiritual development growth in order to build up the body, if it means you can't make other financial contributions? I presume here you're thinking of the tithe. That is going to depend. Well, that's really going to depend. Sometimes you might be in a situation where you're basically giving it all to the ministry, and that happens. And this is why I think one of the reasons why the tithe is not obligatory, but something you should do. It should be part of your regular worship to give your tithe. Now, if you're not going to a church, you have some flexibility in how you spend the tithe. But it is possible that you might be preparing yourself for ministry and burning through all your resources to do it. And I think under those situations, there's no obligation for the tithe. So, now, other financial contributions are, say, obligatory, and you can't avoid them, like paying your taxes. Still pay your taxes. Okay? Governments get very upset when you don't pay your taxes. So you can't use ministry as an excuse to not pay your taxes. There's been many pastors that have gone to jail because they thought they were devoting everything to ministry except giving to Caesar what's Caesar's. So pay your taxes. But it is also not selfish to invest in spiritual development, in growth, in order to serve the body. Okay? So if you're doing that, then that's a noble thing. Giving up all you own to go follow Christ into ministry, yeah, it's a noble thing. I don't recommend it. I've done it. There was in order for us to go to England, we had to give up everything we owned. So, that's painful. Really, really painful. You have no idea how painful it is to give up everything you own to go into ministry. Yeah, at that point, you're cannibalizing all your assets, all your resources, everything you have. Yeah. As my producer said, it was basically, between the two of us, it was a suitcase each, a laptop each, and a bunny each. And that was what we had going to England. So, yeah, nothing else. Nothing else. Yeah, when we arrived at England, we had no silverware, no money to buy new silverware, pots, pans, or anything like that. So it was tough. It was really, really tough. And those first few months of doing my PhD was rough. It was real rough. We didn't even have enough money for food. So yeah, it was just. Ugh. It's I had a guy come up to me and say, I really wish I could go over to England and spend 3 years with the King Kitchen. And I said, yeah, sure, it's easy to do. Just give up everything you own. Real easy. He goes, no, I don't want to do that. That's probably smart. Probably smart. So, it's not selfish to invest in yourself, but understand the sacrifice involved in that too. Okay, next one here. Again, from AT Ministries for $4.99. What are your thoughts on communion and the Eucharist? I take an in-communal view of the Eucharist. Is there a tradition that you agree with or believe is misreading the text? Oh, lots of them are misreading the text. You can find misreadings all over the place. Misreadings are everywhere. Especially when it comes to communion and the Eucharist. There's a lot of misreadings with baptism too, but we won't get into that. But let's touch on your John 6 here, and we will talk about that. John 6. 53. Okay. And the text says, Jesus says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in yourselves. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him on the last day. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me, and I'm in him. Okay? As a living Father sent me, I live because of the Father. He who eats me, he shall also live because of me. This is the bread which came down from heaven, not as the fathers ate and died, and he who eats this bread shall live forever. And we'll continue on a little bit further. These things he said in the synagogue as he taught in Capernaum. Many, therefore, of his disciples, when they heard this, said, this is a difficult statement. Who can listen to it? But Jesus said, conscious of that his disciples grumbled at this, and said to him, does this cause you to stumble? What then, if you should behold the Son of Man ascending where he was before? It is the Spirit who gives life. The flesh profits nothing. But the words I have spoken to you are spirit and our life. But there are some of you who do not believe. Okay, so this is a tough saying. This is a tough saying. This is that saying that's basically saying, okay, the flesh and blood are his words. It's the Spirit that gives them. Now, I think that when people talk in Eucharistic terms, they'll often read John 6:53-58 in Eucharistic terms. However, that passage cannot be directly tied to the Lord's Supper. Yes, there is an aspect where, he's going to take the Lord's Supper and say, this is my blood shed for you. Do this in remembrance of me. This is my body broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me. However, the pericope here in John 6 is of a different context. It's the whole idea of, intaking the word, the spiritual word, God's word, and basically, taking Christ's place as, say, livers of God's word, doers of God's word. So it's not specifically here talking about the Eucharist. And I think this is one of the problems I have with some of the Eucharistic interpretations is they try to apply, they superimpose a context on this passage that the passage itself doesn't give. So, and I'm not the first one to mention this either. I remember listening once to Heiser talk about this in his series on when he talks about the Eucharist, and he says that people make that same mistake all the time with this passage. So, So anyway, that's sort of my opinion here. I do have what's called sometimes an in communio understanding of the Eucharist. Basically, that the Eucharist is the idea of coming together in communion as a body of believers to take it. It's a ceremony that's done in not by yourself, but as a body of believers. And that would be sort of the mysterion of the body of Christ. That the body of Christ comes together to practice this ritual. But I think many traditions misread the Eucharist, and I think a lot of them get it wrong too. And that's one of the reasons why I don't sort of square with a lot of church on sacramental thinking, is because a lot of sacramental thinking is based upon medieval notions and superstitions, which are not based on biblical truths. So anyway, that's my thoughts on the Eucharist. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. AT Ministries for $1.99. When did you become a Christian? I became a Christian in August of 1977. I was 7 years old. Yes, I'm dating myself here. You now know how old I am. I became a Christian in the backseat of a, I think it's a 67 Chevy on the way home from church one night. My parents had gone to evening church, and the sermon that particular night particularly resonated with me, and it was like I knew what I had to do, and I prayed a sinner's prayer in the back of that car on the way home all by myself. Nobody knew. Didn't tell anyone. Didn't need to tell anyone. Didn't think it was even significant to tell anyone. I didn't tell my parents for years I'd become a Christian. I mean, it was only when my parents led my sister to Christ, and they go, well, why haven't you become a Christian? I said, I am a Christian. Well, when that happened? I said, about 6 years ago. Why didn't you tell us? Didn't think it was that important to tell you. So, anyway. That's when I became a Christian. That's how I became a Christian. And that's how my parents found out I became a Christian. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. What is your freakiest paranormal experience? Oh boy, West Elm. West Elm. Oh gosh, that place should have been called Nightmare in West Elm. This happened not that long ago, actually. Um, uh, West Elm was really a freaky place to work. Yeah, Nightmare on West Elm Street. It really was Nightmare on West Elm Street. This place. This was the location on, Canby, here in Vancouver. It happened in 2022. Yes, it is the Shadow Man. Yep, definitely it was the Shadow Man. That was the freakiest experience. And some of you know about this already. Gone to work now. This place is haunted. I mean, it's weird. I mean, it's a 100-year-old heritage building. You wouldn't know that from going into the store up top. It doesn't look like it's 100 years old, but you go underneath into the stock room, and you can see the rafters. They're so old they're split. There's Art Deco tiling from the 1920s across the ceilings of some of those buildings. That plastered Art Deco tiling or trim. So it's definitely a 100-year-old building. I mean, crazy. It's a crazy place. A lot of the employees there had reported seeing like ghosts and things. Stuff would fly off the shelves. But the freakiest thing I saw was basically it was 10:30 in the morning. I was alone in the stockroom, and I was in the air conditioning room, which is open. The doors were open to the rest of the stockroom, and I saw this shadow figure, and all the lights are on. It's like broad. It's well lit stockroom with fluorescent lights. Okay, and I see this shadow figure walk across in front of the stockroom doors. And, the stockroom doors have a wide angle of view, so you're seeing not just out a narrow corridor, I mean, you're seeing wide angle. And I see this, like, 6-7 foot figure just sort of shadow, and it was weird. It was like a full shadow. It was dark. Almost like a cloud, a black cloud walking by. Weirdest thing that I ever saw. And it only walked for like about, I'd say, 3 or 4 seconds and then was gone. Just disappeared. Yeah, just faded away. It faded away. It was weird. And it's like, okay, did I just see that? So, I mean, I called upstairs on the phone, or on the walkie-talkies, and said, thinking about the only person it could be, and it's like, okay, did you just walk down here and I just hallucinated something? Because no, I haven't been down all morning. So Jack Ray says, normally in a store for things to fly off the shelves is good because they sell well. Guess not in that case. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we also found a voodoo doll under the shelves, too. Yeah, there was that, too. Yeah, well, there would be times when people go down in the stockroom and stuff, like bedding particularly, would just basically fly off the walls at people, fly off the shelves at people. So there was that. There was one woman who saw the ghost of a small girl in a white dress. My coworker and I found a voodoo doll under one of the shelves. And it was a voodoo doll. I mean, it was all taped up. It had a chain around it and pins stuck in it. Some serious hate there. Wow. Uh, someday I'll show it. I'll show it up on the screen, but I have it on my phone still. Uh, but it was a weird place. It was a weird place, and there was a lot of paranormal activity there. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of paranormal activity. I've worked in places that have histories before, but never saw anything. But this is the first time that I worked in a place with where I actually saw something. So yeah, it was pretty freaky stuff there. Pretty freaky stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, it wasn't an agriculture. Jamie Russell says, it was an acupuncture practice doll. Yeah, with about a bunch of pins in the head, yeah. Woo! Woo! Yeah, so it was West End was probably the most paranormally active place I've ever worked. And it was I'd say, yeah, that was my freakiest paranormal experience, bar none. Okay, so next thing. Uh AT Ministries for 199. He asks, "Do you still take commissions to draw book covers on occasion?" I'm still a working artist. I still do artwork. So I haven't taken one in a while. I've been a little busy doing my own projects, but I still do artwork. So yeah. Do I still take commissions for book covers? Yeah, sure.
I said, be here.
BC asks, "Careful, do you think the sports agent gets random hate mail from ABR fans?" Could be. Could be. It's possible. He probably wouldn't know what the heck's going on.
But you,
Seattle, I think, yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's more than one Dr. Falk and more than one David Falk. There was a theologian in Seattle whose name is David Falk, and I remember getting chewed out once for something he did. So, and he's kind of a milk toast guy. So, hmm. Oh boy. So anyway, that's fun. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here because time is fleeting. Uh, but yes, I do still take artwork commissions. Um, I have done quite a bit of artwork, paid artwork. I used to do coats of arms. Still do those on rare occasions. Don't do as many as I once did. But I learned how to do heraldic drawings and heraldic artwork, and I did those for a long time. Um, a lot of my seminary was paid by doing heraldic art. But I also, as I say, I do other forms of art too: paintings, drawings, illustrations, video game art, that sort of thing. So yeah, I do all sorts of art. But then again, too, I grew up in an art family, so that should be that's par for the course. Okay, next super chat here is from Boomer for €5. Thank you for the super chat. Why would Abimelech take Sarah, Genesis 22, for having fun with her when she was already really old, Genesis 18:11? Okay. There are two possible explanations for this. Okay? And I will say the first explanation, and then I'll say the one I think is the right one. Okay? The first explanation is this is really a treaty wife. Basically, Abimelech is taking Sarah to cement a treaty relationship with Abraham. That's been sort of the classic explanation of why he would take her as a beautiful bride, even though she's ancient. Sorry. But in their 70s? Yeah, I know, but not without the help of a lot of... Yeah, but not with the help of... lots of help of cosmetics and hair dyes and... It's still...
She might.
Still, it's really doubtful that cosmetic technology was that good back then. Here, I have a little dispute with my producer here. Okay, so I'm not buying the looks thing. Okay, as far as this. Okay? Now, I think she was beautiful because I think there was like a clan of Abraham. There was also a succession of Sarahs. No, Sarah. The name Sarah is pretty generic. It means princess. So I think there might have been more than one Sarah, just like there was more than one Abraham, and that they are being literally conflated. Just like we discussed earlier, that there's a possibility that Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus were literally conflated. I think in the same way, we have Abraham being literally conflated. And it's a clan. It's a clan thing. So that's what I think's going on here, is that there is a line of Sarahs that's being given the credit of being very old, but the one being married off is looking pretty young. Okay? So that's my explanation for this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. AT Ministries for $1.99 asks, do you have any literary agents? I need one. Laugh out loud. No, I don't, and I'm looking for one. Funny you should say that. Now, when you do academic books, you don't need a literary agent. In fact, when you do academic publishing, it's preferred you don't have a literary agent. So most academic people who publish academic books don't need a literary agent at all, and it's advised not to have one. But in the case of doing fiction or narratival nonfiction, it is recommended you have a literary agent. So I'm in the process right now of looking for a literary agent, but I haven't put out the inquiries yet, because you do need a finished manuscript, and I'm getting close to a finished manuscript that I can send to a literary agent. I have not actually done so yet. So with that said, don't have one right now. I'm looking for one. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, 80 Ministries for $4.99. Did Jephthah sacrifice his daughter in Judges 11:31-39? My pastor said the Hebrew implies she wasn't sacrificed but sent to serve at the tabernacle. Your pastor's wrong. Yeah, as my producer just said in the background here, everyone would love this to be the case. Your pastor's wrong here. She was definitely... let's bring up this passage, particularly the Judges 11:31, because that's what's being offered here. Okay, and this is verse 31. Then it shall be that whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return in peace from the sons of Ammon, it shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as a burnt offering. The word here is olah. There is no mistake of what this means. This is a burnt offering. Basically, an offering that's burnt to ash. Hey, Stack, get Dr. Falk a shirt that says your pastor's wrong. Actually, maybe not. I think I got enough enemies as it is. But yeah, there's no doubt from the passage that it's a burnt offering. And this is why you have her mourning, in the Jewish festival cycle, because it was a terrible act. It was a terrible act, and an act he could have gotten out of. That's the worst thing about it, because he was ignorant of the law. Instead of using the redemption price for a precipitous oath, he goes ahead and he sacrifices her as a burnt offering. Yeah, Jephthah was a bum. Exactly what it is. Yeah, DC got it right here. Jephthah was a bum. He was a bad judge. A very bad judge. Yeah, okay. That's why my producer says, this is what happens when judges don't know the law. Bad judge. He was a bum. Okay. Well, with that said, let's get on to the next super chat here. This is again from AT Ministries. He's got a lot tonight here. 199. May you draw Joseph's Egyptian name in hieroglyphs. All right. There you go. Jedpa Netcher and Unk. Hey. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat here from AT Ministries. Where are your intro songs from? What is it based on? The songs are by an artist called Velocirabbit, who happens to be me. Okay? I compose all my own music for the channel. I compose and perform all my own music for the channel. The reason why is because when I first started doing the YouTube channel here, essentially, music rights was a big deal. People were getting copyright struck for using other people's music. And it was so bad back in 2022 that people who had the claimed to have the rights to the music and sold those rights, usage rights, the recipients of those purchased rights got copyright struck because the guy who claimed to have the rights really didn't have the rights. So just to get around that whole thing, I decided to do my own music. And at the time, I was already composing music. I had already published an album as Velocirabbit called Apex Predator. And I did that. I had a pen name for my music because at the time I was going to a church where if it was known I had musical talent, they would expect me to perform on stage. I'm not a performer. I never perform live. So to keep that from being a problem, I used the pen name, Velocirabbit. So,
And that came.
and that was inspired by one of our rabbits who ate a dinosaur bone. Okay? So, that's the origin. That's where the intro songs are from. They're from my album Apex Predator. And basically a lot of it is based upon ancient themes, ancient chord progressions, particularly ancient scales. But yeah, that's I do my own music. Oh, cool. Jack Ray says, First chair trumpet. Awesome. Glad to hear it.
Maybe on the next episode.
Darkblade, I'm also currently producing music. Awesome. Deacon, second chair piccolo. Fantastic. Darkblade. David Roll used to be a musician. Yes, he's a better musician than he is an Egyptologist. He's not an Egyptologist. Tim Yara, I play a jaw harp. Okay.
So,
Haystack, Dr. Falk is like Ron Swanson, secretly is Duke Silver. Well, I certainly share his taste in whiskey. Yeah. But yeah, it was really, I mean, it was basically using the pseudonym, the pen name of Lost Rabbit to prevent the church from thinking that they can get free performances out of me, which I just don't do. I just don't perform. Well, it wasn't even that. It's just I'm really not comfortable on stage performing. I really don't like performing. So I like the I mean, I'm the sort of guy that, will plug my guitar into my DAC, my digital audio console, and plunk a few notes here and there. I either like them or I erase them, and it's for me it's an iterative process. It's a process of going over the same notes over and over and over and over and over again till it's just right. And then I'll record the track. I don't perform. I never have performed. And I never will perform. You don't perform, laugh a lot. Yeah. Look, we all have our areas of strength and weakness. And things we like to do and things we don't like to do. I like composing music. I find it very relaxing. It's enjoyable to compose music. And the more I do it, the more I really enjoy it. And I have a musical ear for it. But I will never perform. It's just something I really dislike doing. So, and I mean, I'm a guy with basically with the sheet music in front of me, and I'm just, figuring out dots and putting in new dots and all that sort of thing. And it's in the head. All the music I do is in my head. And then I just, put it on the paper, go through it. I like it or I don't. Don't like it, erase it, start again. Okay, I'll take that one. Question from Darkblade. Does writing lyrics count as composing, or do I need to come up with the notes to my song too? Specifically, the composition is the notes. Okay. If you just did lyrics, you'd be a lyricist, not a composer. Okay. And that's perfectly acceptable. People make careers just as lyricists. So, I'd never knock a lyricist. Lyricists are really, really important for the whole composition thing. Now, I don't do lyrics myself, at least not very often. I have on occasion, but I'm more into the musical progressions. So, if I've got lyrics already, I'll take them and I will set them to music. That's not a big deal for me, but I'm not a lyricist, but I am a composer. So yeah, that's dead. Essentially, the difference is you have a lyricist; they may do the lyrics, and then you have the composer that does the notes generally. But composer can do the lyrics as well. So it's not a hard fast thing, but if you only do lyrics, that would be being a lyricist. There was another one here that I saw here. Deacon asked, do you inventory your book library? How? I don't. Well, yes and no. A few times I tried, but then the inventory system for the books got overwhelming. There was one time I did put all my books into a database. I gave up at 10,000. It was just too much time to inventory everything. It's if you've got a large enough library, it's just really overwhelming. There's also too, I've got an electronic library, and I've also I got my physical library and I got my electronic library. And frankly, when I do, I categorize my electronic library a little different than I would do my physical library. In the case of my electronic library, I tend to organize things according to category. Like I got a huge category for the ancient Near East, but I also have a category for religious studies, category for bioethics, a category for philosophy, category for art. I've got a huge number of categories for various books, based upon my wide interests. I've got a category for agriculture, architecture, beekeeping, carnivorous plants, chess. I've got a category for classics. I've got a huge holding of D&D books in my electronic library. I keep a large collection of folklore and paranormal literature. Got something on gardening and health and heraldry and law and languages. So I've got a huge amount of various works on various subjects. And for those electronic holdings, and my electronic holdings are vast. Very, very big. It's like well over a terabyte of books. Do I have at this point? Let it run here. I'll let the... But, I could never categorize everything I have. It would just take too much time to do. I just keep things in a very, very vague order. In some of these, if I don't categorize them by subject, I'll categorize them by author. Like, for example, for some of the more professional work I do, like, for example, for the Bible and for, say, Egyptian stuff, I'll categorize all those books by author. Just because I know them better by their authors than I do by even the titles. So, anyway, hope that answers the question. Again, it take way too much time for me to categorize everything, but it's over here. Well, that counts. But yeah, I got tens of thousands of books at this point, so for me, just to categorize them would be just insane. It'd be insane for me to even try it. Okay, let's go to the next super chat here. From AT Ministries again. Now that you're full-time, what's the progress on your book? When's that looking to be drafted? What are you working on at the moment, if not the book? Well, I have several projects on the go. It's not just one project with me. I'm kind of do the Ken Kitchen thing of working on many projects at the same time. I am working on the proposal for the Exodus book. I've also got a novel in the works. So that's why I need the literary agent. Because that wrote itself very, very quickly. One of the things we really believe in this ministry of ours is engaging the culture. Engaging the culture and really to engage the culture, you've got to do it on an artistic level. That includes stuff like drawings, paintings, jewelry, animations, video games, novels, music. So we're big believers in this ministry of not just doing, say, the intellectual, and you guys have already guessed that we've got sort of the intellectual stuff, under control. But we also believe in doing, reaching people artistically, because we want to not just sway minds, we want to sway hearts. And to get there, you have to go through a media that appeals to the emotions. And art appeals to the emotions. The best works of fiction are those works that tap into people's emotions, not just their intellects. This is why, frankly, certain forms of fiction, are read perennially because they tap into the emotions. One of the reasons why, for example, A Christmas Carol is such a powerful book is because it keeps tapping into our emotional centers. So I think it's important to engage the culture on that level. So this is why I have fiction projects going. I have a video game in the works. Again, it's how we engage the culture. This is the medium through which our generation, this generation, the millennial generation, the Gen Y or Gen Z generations are engaging. In my generation, the Gen X generation, the preeminent way people reached us was through music. My parents' generation, television. My parents grew up with television. They can't break themselves away from television. They have a television running 12 hours a day. I don't own a television. When I was growing up, the way my generation was approached was through music. Well, today, music isn't as big a deal as it was in my generation. We do things, in today's generation communicates through shorts. Short videos under a minute. They communicate through video games. Video games have a lot more influence than rock bands do. We still communicate through literature, but it's entertainment. So I think this is a very important thing as we, look at where we spend our time is, are we spending our time in, say, not just an intellectual capacity, but also in, say, a artistic capacity? I said, not enough to reach the culture intellectually. Have to reach it emotionally too. Why we do funky art stuff. Because that's really what gets people engaged. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that answers the question. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Some clarification on my super chat last week about John 27. The tradition I meant was the folding the cloth to indicate the master will return. Okay. That doesn't come out of you see this in, say, messianic setters, where after the Passover bread is held in the cloth, the what's it called now, the afikomen, basically a piece of the unleavened bread that's hidden, the hidden unleavened bread, and is then found by a child and returned for I think a 5 note or something like that. And it's unfolded, and then the afikomen is eaten, and then the towel is the cloth is folded off to indicate the master's return. It's something that's become very prominent in, say, messianic setters. But it didn't really originate with, say, the Jewish setter, at least not in the 1st century. That was a later development. And the connection between that and the indication of Christ's return is a symbolism that has been grafted onto the setter. But at the same time, too, it doesn't the connection to, say, the return of Christ wasn't original to the setter. It's something that, say, messianic Jews noticed as they were practicing the setter rituals. Okay? So anyway, I hope that explains that better, now that I know the context here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, this one I don't understand. How do you translate Itai? Yahweh's with me or friend? A biblical example would be really helpful here, so I could see it in its original Hebrew, so I know its context and what it's talking about. Again, this is one of those things where, you need the context. It's a language question, so I need the context to sort of narrow it down. So anyway, sorry I can't answer this one per se, but thank you very much for the super chat. 18 Ministers from 199. Why is the stream so late? I can never see them live. Laugh out loud. Okay, 2 reasons. Actually, probably more than 2 reasons. But let's start with 2. Okay. First of all, we did try in the month of, say, January of going to a earlier format. We've started at we've done this because of my work schedule. We started it at late, which was 8 o'clock, because that always ensured I was able to get home, get to the mic on time to do the broadcasts. So this was the way I sort of was able to work it around my work schedule. So that's the reason why we originally started at 8 p.m. We've tried a couple times now to go to an earlier format, which was 6 p.m. It didn't work for us. It didn't work. We noticed basically the rest super chat revenues just tanked during those 4 weeks. But even worse, our viewer numbers tanked. Now the super chats we could probably live with, but the viewer numbers tanking, that was a bad sign. That was a really bad sign. So we put it back to 8. And so when we did the post-mortem on this and we started looking at the reasons why viewer reception was not as good earlier than later, even though most of our viewers are on the East Coast, the reason turns out to be just the kind of format we do here, which is the format of this show is really more of a late night format. It's kind of like that format that you used to see a lot in American radio. Basically those midnight radio shows like Art Bell, where they would take a really sort of odd questions and themes. And, you even saw this, say during, say, the early radio shows of, say, like Walter Martin. His early radio shows were late at night. When he first got into broadcasting, his shows were late at night. These answering question sessions late at night. Yeah, I don't know, Art Bell UFO time, but yeah, I mean, esoteric. It's esoteric. It's esoteric broadcasting. And anytime you get an esoteric, say, subject matter for a broadcast, it performs better late at night. It just does. And some of that is because a large portion of the population who will be watching these programs and listening to the live stream will be doing so from work. And oftentimes that work will be on the graveyard shift. And they're trying to stay awake through what's probably a very boring job, like a night guard or a janitor. You know, maintenance. BC, this is basically the History Channel after hours. Yeah. So those formats, those esoteric formats, tend to do much, much better late at night because the active audience that's listening to them are doing so late at night. So this probably is the reason why it doesn't do so well early on. The other fact of the matter was it wasn't doing well for us personally either. We typically like to have our dinner around on a little later side, like 6 or 7. So like tonight, we had our dinner at 7 o'clock. You know, the hour before we actually went live. By the way, we did have Spam and pineapple tonight. That was dinner. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Fried Spam and pineapple. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. So, but because we had our because we tend to have our dinners late and we tend to have a nap before the live stream to sort of have the Darkblade spam sounds palatable. Oh, the secret to great spam is soaking it for 20, slicing it up and soaking it in water for 20 minutes and throwing away the water. And then you dry it on a paper towel and you fry it on both sides. It's delicious. It's absolutely delicious done that way. And then you just take some pineapple rings, fry it on both sides, and just put them on top. And oh my gosh, really delicious. Yeah, I'll never knock spam again. That's once I had spam that way. Wow, delicious, absolutely scrumptious. Okay. Yeah, I'm not into the Vegemite or Marmite thing. Just they don't both taste like axle grease to me. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. We still got several to go through here, and it's already 11 o'clock, so let's try to get through these as best as we can. But anyway, that's why the live streams are so late, is because it best adapts to our personal circumstances. It's the format of the show just works best for a late night audience. So we have to go where the audience is. Okay, so the next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. In a previous video, you said you believe the Trojan War was a real event. Most scholars will these days. Any plans to make a video about your view of the Trojan War? No plans to do that per se. There's a lot of people who've done videos on the Trojan War already. It's as I say, it's mostly been, most scholars will now believe in the Trojan War. I have no particular plan to do that. I'm not really an expert on Anatolian archaeology, so it's a little bit out of my wheelhouse here. So I don't have any plans to do that in the near future. Who knows? Maybe we will. But right now I have no plans to do it. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Another super chat here from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you again for that really generous super chat. What was it about Egypt, Tyre, Sidon that made them enemies of Israel in the 6th century BC? Why do Isaiah and Ezekiel preach judgment against them? Okay. It's really the idolatry. It's not so much they were physically threatening them. It was more that the infiltration of idolatry was threatening the religious culture of the time. Okay. So, that's really more the issue here, is that it was much more of a problem with the religious culture, the idolatry of Sidon, Tyre, and Egypt than it was really any physical threat. In fact, from the looks of it, the kings of the 6th century BC had relationships with the various players of the region. Solomon had a treaty with Tyre. Egypt had treaties with Hezekiah and other Israelite kings. Sidon was, again, along for the ride with the kings of northern Israel. So politically, these countries, a lot of those countries were aligned with the Israelite kings. The problem was the results of those alliances brought treaty wives. In some cases, like from Tyre and Sidon, where treaty wives were given to the kings of Israel, and they turned the hearts of the kings towards foreign gods. That's the issue. Those treaty wives brought with them their religion. And that religion was antithetical to Yahweh worship. That's why the judgment. It wasn't so much because of their evil deeds towards Israel. It's because of the influence that they brought to Israel. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Gurler again for $20. Very generous tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. Given that the Israelites did not always use numbers literally, how should we interpret the figures in the Book of Numbers? Okay, in the case of the Book of Numbers, there's several... at some point I'm going to do an article on this, basically talking about the various methods of interpreting the Book of Numbers, because there's not just one proposal out there, there's many proposals. There's a clan proposal. There's a hero proposal. There's a genre proposal, which is basically saying that the numbers were intentionally inflated for genre purposes because of military annals. You do still have people who support the literal view of those numbers. So there's a lot of different ways of approaching the problem. The only thing we really seem to be sure of is that the census numbers in the Book of Numbers doesn't seem to be literal. And that's because we know the demographics of the region. So then, given that, what's the best interpretation? Now, I think, and I'm going to totally admit this, all right? Kind of like, Heiser saw everything as Council of Gods and saw, that was his big shtick. Heiser's big shtick was seeing everything as the Council of Gods, thus every reference he came across as he saw as being related to the Council of Gods. You have a hammer and you see every problem as a nail. I'm not immune to this. I have a hammer, and I see every problem as a nail. Fully admit it. There's my disclosure. I see clans everywhere. Okay. I see clan interpretations all over the Old Testament, and perhaps maybe I go too far on this. But I do know that the word Aleph the word meaning thousand, can also mean a clan. So, seeing that, and then possibly 50s as clades. So, I tend to lean towards a clan interpretation of the Book of Numbers. Now, again, I haven't totally worked this out. It is a possibility that's been noted in, say, important lexicons like Hallett. I kind of laughed once when I heard Bart Ehrman say that, well, he knows of no biblical scholar that would ever interpret the census numbers as anything but a literal number. Well, when you find that interpretation in Hallett, there's some scholars somewhere that's interpreting it that way. Yee. Ooh. Ooh, that's dark. I'll take it anyway. Oh. Yeah, Jack Ray. Yeah, you don't want to see those people around. Definitely not. Okay. So basically, what I'll do is I basically interpret the census from the Book of Numbers as a count of clans, and that the whole purpose of the census is, and there's two censuses, one at the beginning, one at the end of the wandering in the wilderness, and it's really to show that clan integrity was maintained throughout the wandering in the wilderness, that God still provided for them, even though life was hard. Life was hard. The whole generation was wiped out, but the clan integrity was maintained. So, and then that's the miracle of God, that despite the fact that death was rife in the Sinai, God's goodness was he still maintained the clans. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Johnny Moe for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. How should we apply 1 Corinthians 6, 1-8 today? Does it prohibit a believer from suing another believer in a clear case of fraud being committed? Thanks. Okay, let's take this one here. 1 Corinthians 6. Bring up our Bible here. We'll just read the passage. Does any one of you have a case when he has a case against his neighbor? Dare to go to the law before the unrighteous and not before the saints? Or do you not know that the saints will judge the world? And if the world is judged by you, are you not competent to constitute the smallest law courts? Do you not know that we shall judge angels? How much more matters of this life? If then you have law courts dealing with matters of this life, do you appoint them as judges who are of no account in the church? I say this to your shame. It is so that there is not among you one, is there not among you? Is it so that there is not among you one wise man who will be able to decide between his brethren? Well, that's a kind of iffy thing in today's church, but we won't go there yet. But believers go to the law with a brother, that before unbelievers? Actually, then, it is already a defeat for you, that you have lawsuits with one another. Why not rather be wronged? Why not rather be defrauded? On the contrary, you yourselves wrong and defraud, and that your brethren. Okay, that is the word of the Lord. Now, let's break this down and see what's going on here. What you have in 1 Corinthians 6 is the Corinthians suing each other over the littlest thing. Somebody basically rents a goat, and dispute over the payment, 6 shekels versus 8. They're going to court over the remaining 2 shekels. It's that sort of petty squabble. So that's what they're talking about here. Is he's talking about the real? They're going to court over every little thing. So, and this was not uncommon in the Hellenistic period. Okay, in the Hellenistic period, people went to the law courts frequently. In fact, it was always said that in amongst say classicists that the Hellenistic people were tied up in the law courts. They were always in the courts. It was a litigious society. And essentially here, what's happening is the Corinthians are doing what's already in the culture. They're going to the law court over every little matter. Now, this is not also, though, talking about, say, systemic or big ticket wrongdoing. Okay? They're really talking about the trifling disputes. The disputes of, say, financial loss. The little things. And yes, financial loss is a little thing in the big scope of things. So we're talking lawsuits over those matters. Now, when we get to say the whole having somebody within the church judging a dispute between two brothers, there is a presumption here that they're all going to the same church. So there's that presumption. This is the church in Corinth, and there was one church in Corinth. It wasn't like a bunch of churches. These weren't people scattered amongst various different denominations with various different polities and different ways to judge disputes. Now, this was one church, and squabbling that was happening within the one church. So this is a intra-congregational set of disputes. So, because there's this idea that brothers in this setting are supposed to, in some ways, act like family, if someone sort of cheats you, it's supposed to be a brother or a relative that's cheating you. Okay? But what's happening is he's not just going after, say, the people who are bringing lawsuits. But he's saying that a lot of these lawsuits are being brought on because you're defrauding people. Because the very next verse here in verse 9, or do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor the effeminate, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor the covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers. Swindlers. That's going back to verse 7. Verse 8 here, sorry. You yourselves wrong and defraud, nor swindlers shall inherit the kingdom of God. So yes, there's lawsuits going on here, but these are lawsuits that are happening because you're swindling your brothers. Stop it. You're sinning. Stop it. For the little stuff, take it to somebody who's wise in your congregation to judge. Okay? For the swindler, you're the cause of this. The swindler is the cause of these suits. So that's the problem that he's really getting at here, is it's not so much that the lawsuits are a problem. The lawsuits bring disgrace. Basically, the lawsuits are the external sign to the world that the church is disgraced because of what's happening on the inside. The sin on the inside of the church is creating a bad reputation to those on the outside of the church. You're bringing your disputes before unbelievers which you caused by defrauding people. And if you stopped defrauding, you wouldn't have to bring these disputes to those courts. You could have them settled by somebody inside the church. Essentially, Paul here is saying, stop causing the problem in the first place. That's what he's saying. Okay, so how do we apply this today? Well, if it was an accidental, say, defraud, where there was no mens res or evil intent, where both parties will say, hey, we will abide by the decision of an elder, you can take it to an elder. Both parties agree ahead of time, you settle it internally, settle it internally. Be better than going to court, cost you less money, and you maintain the testimony of your church. Okay? But there are times, too, when when a wolf comes into the church to defraud widows and orphans and steal from the saints. Those guys? Oh, yeah. Let the law deal with them. They're... And this doesn't just apply to financial loss as well. I mean, there are people who come in to churches because it's a perfect cover for other things. Like child abuse. Those guys should be strung up and left in a cell to rot for as long as they're alive. Let the law deal with them. Let the law and the full weight of the sword deal with those people. I think many times the church has been a little too tolerant of essentially unbelievers who come to prey upon the weakest members of the church. For those people, let the law deal with them. But for tiny little disputes, for peccadillos, for small amounts of financial inconsistencies, let an elder deal with that. Cost you less money anyway. Makes good sense too. It makes a lot of sense. Look, there was a time when, before say arbitration and mediation was popular, that people did this. Now this isn't a practice that had been forgotten in recent time, or and going that far back. There were times when people would go to their elders, especially if it's one that was deeply respected in a community. And this happened more in small communities where it was more difficult to find a court or a mediator or an arbitrator to settle matters. I mean, this is why still today doing things through arbitration or mediation is a lot less expensive than going through the courts. Courts are expensive. They're dramatic. They're public. Anything that happens in the court becomes public record. Unless those records are sealed. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do history through court records because everything is recorded. That's the purpose of a courtroom. It's public, it's available, it's permanent. Yeah, a lot of it is on microfiche. Ugh. Yeah, that gets expensive in its own way. But yeah, you don't want to. If you have a dispute with a brother in a church, and it's over a trifling amount, okay. Now there's some times when the fraud is not trifling. I've seen this done with land scams. Land scams that it try to defraud. That end up defrauding a lot of people in a church. And that, very illegal. Very illegal. Very illegal. Everyone in that church should know better, who has any sort of fiduciary responsibility at all. And those people are often swindled out of tens of thousands of dollars. Those people should be taken to the courts and horsewhipped. But Jack Ray says here, I remember reading a guy who killed his wife back in the 1600s Massachusetts. The men of a church got together and made sure he not repeat that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the law. There were communities that took the law in their own hands, but that's for the law to do. And there's a huge difference between vigilante justice and basically the proper process of law. Yeah. This passage is not talking about vigilante justice. It's about taking your disputes that are essentially peccadillos and not airing out your dirty laundry in public. That's what it's about. And the other thing it's about is stop sinning, stop defrauding people. That's really what this passage is about, is these things are being exposed to public because you're behaving badly. Stop it. Stop defrauding people. Okay, so with that said, let's get on to the next super chat here. Is off here. Okay, next super chat here is from BC for $5 Australian. Is the command for wives to submit their husbands universal, or was it only for women who chose their spouse? It was universal. But in the end, too, so is the command for husbands to submit to Christ. That's also universal. Okay. So it's in both ways. Okay. Now, it's also said, too, that women are to give themselves to their husband, and the husband's supposed to give themselves to the wives. So it's both ways in that respect. BC, yikes, still so many super chats? Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, it's a lot. It was a lot tonight. A lot tonight. It's a good problem to have. Okay, the next one here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. In a Christian marriage where both are trying to follow God, when should a wife submit to her husband if they disagree on what God wants? Okay. That's going to depend upon the individual circumstances of the marriage. Okay. Now, this is, and it's going to depend upon culture and all this. There's a lot of factors here, and I don't want to use a blanket thing to say one way or the other, because it can vary a lot. There's times when the husband should submit to the wife. Like, for example, if he's a spendthrift, it's just if he's wasting money hand over fist, yeah, at that point financially he should submit to the wife. Okay? Because he's not financially responsible. So, there's times when the integrity of the marriage requires the husband submitting to the wife. So it's not a universal. It's a universal in its sort of its intent, but sometimes not in practice. So there is a difference sometimes between what's practice here and what's the ideal. The ideal is that a man should have his house in order per the qualifications for elders. One of the things about an elder is he's supposed to have his house in order. Children are supposed to be raised in the Lord. If he doesn't have his house in order, then there's sometimes the wife does have to step in. And I have seen that where the husband has been so dang irresponsible that the wife has had to step in. It's not the ideal. Okay? It's not the ideal. Oh, yeah. There's definitely things she does not have. Oh, yeah. Totally. Would agree with that. Deacon says she submits to everything except abuse and perversion. And that's really not an abuse of the term submit anyway. I mean, submit really doesn't mean that. Okay? You know, abuse is not submission. It's surrender. It's not. To say it's submission is a perversion of submission itself. So, no, definitely not. I mean, I'm of the opinion that a spouse that's abused should get out. She should get out. You know, if you're abusing your spouse, you know, that's a break of the marriage covenant. That's a break. That's a violation of the marriage covenant. No spouse should have to put up with that. So there is no unqualified submission, as it were. It's a general maxim, but any general maxim it can be taken too far. Like there's a general maxim, love is a good thing. That's a general maxim. But carrying that love to women that aren't your wives and they're somebody else's wives at the time is an abuse of that maxim. Any maxim can be abused. Juan. When the man of the house puts all his money on crypto, well,
Yeah.
that would be, I mean, putting your money in any investment vehicle, all your money in any investment vehicle is a risk, okay? You shouldn't do that anyway, whether it's crypto or the stock market. But I've seen worse than crypto, okay? Frankly, crypto isn't always a bad investment, to be honest. Now, by the way, if any of you see me advising you to buy crypto, that's a scam. Report that as a scam. I will not recommend you buy crypto. Okay? However, I'm doing okay on crypto. Just saying. Okay? Dr. Falk confirmed Satoshi Nakamoto. Oh, I wish. I wish it was Satoshi Nakamoto. I think he's dead, though. That would be my guess, is he's dead. I know. I mean, if you bought a crypto at the low point of the 4-year cycle, you're sitting pretty right now. You know, there's some of those cryptocurrencies have done quite well in the last 12 months. But you had to buy low buy at the bottom of that 4-year cycle. Right now we're entering into a bull market for crypto, but and while there's still room for growth, it's up a lot. Up 352%. I don't think it's quite that high for, say, like Bitcoin, but there's some like altcoins that are up that high. Like VET right now is up like a crazy amount, like over 100%. So, you know, there's wait, if a cryptocurrency offers to sponsor one of Falk's videos, he won't take it. That's the answer to that one. I won't take sponsorships from cryptocurrencies. I won't take sponsors from video games that are unrelated to the ancient Near East and the Bible. Well, we've had that, yeah. We haven't had any cryptocurrency ask us to sponsor. We have had video game companies ask us to sponsor games that are not related. As much as I love video games, especially ones that are not Ancient Near East related, uh, it's not part of our channel's mission, so we don't do that. Okay. Like Starfield asked me to sponsor. And I said no. I said no. Because it doesn't have anything to do with BC. Falk coin when? Another meme junk coin? Oh, no thank you. No thank you.
But the reason you won't
Yeah.
reach
Yeah. Yeah. And my producer says the reason why we don't do that is because if we took those sponsorships, they would expect us to shape the answers to make them money, and we're going to tell the truth. So we don't want our answers to be particularly shaped in any meaningful way. Darkblade says I can't buy crypto as all my money exists in physical form. What are you doing? Lugging around bags of gold with you? Who has money in physical form anymore?
but it's a good thing.
Don't you have a checking account? Or a credit card? I think he's in high school, but maybe he's in high school, and yeah, he is in high school. So yeah, he might have it all in physical form.
Yeah, that really sucks if you're
Ooh, yeah, there is that, isn't there? BC says, Darkblade, if you're a fan of physical gold and silver, isn't a bad option. It preserves buying power. People have lost big though on that, and you got to be careful about even gold and silver. It doesn't preserve buying power as much as you think it does. I looked at this once, and if you had invested $1 million in gold in the 1930s versus $1 million in an index fund in the 1930s, an index of the stocks, you would be something like 300% more income from the index of the stock market that existed in the 1930s than you would have if you've bought in gold. So gold is a bad option if you want to grow wealth. It's terrible for that. This is not financial advice, by the way, but it's terrible for any of that stuff. It's a the best you can say about metals is it's a temporary deposit for income. It's not an investment. It's a terrible investment vehicle. Yeah, BC says it's not an investment, just a preservation vehicle. Yeah, and it's not a very good one. So, I've actually made a fair amount of money on silver. I actually made more money on silver than gold. By absolute accident, yeah. By absolute accident. But that was a rare event. That's where the kind of the planets align just right. Deacon, a good woman is worth more than rubies. Yeah, and she's worth more than rubles too. So I mean, there's a whole lot of very interesting stuff that can. But right now, stock market being as volatile as it is, it's hard to say where it's a good investment at this point. But still, if you've got the option of say investing in the stock market, it's still a better option than metals. And if you had the foresight to say, invest in, say, crypto last year, you're doing okay now. I'm not a stockbroker, and I'm not a financial advisor, and this is really off topic, and my advisor is advising me get back on topic. But we do accept cryptocurrency. We should actually say why that is. Okay. We accept two forms of cryptocurrency, which is Bitcoin and Monero. And the reason why is because we had some people in the Middle East, in Islamic countries, who wanted to donate to us, watching us through VPNs, but wanted to donate to our ministry without being traced. Okay? Because if you're in an Islamic country, donating to a Christian ministry can be a dangerous thing. It can be fatal. Let's just be honest about that. So they donated to us through cryptocurrency. So that's why we support that. And we do have the wallet addresses in sort of the descriptions if should you ever want to do that. But that's a whole different thing. Okay? But anyway, that's why we accept those currencies. Okay? BTC up 3 times, I think. Oh yeah. It was as low as 13K. It's now at 52. So it's more than 3x now. All right, so let's get back to the super chats here because we are running out of time. It's 20 to midnight. Still got a few super chats to go here. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the idea that God plans every details of our life, including calamities like cancer, have a biblical basis? The quick answer to this is no. There's no sense in which that God plans every detail of our lives. There does seem to be middle knowledge, contingent knowledge, that we do seem to have control over, that God doesn't arbitrate. So if God doesn't arbitrate it, for example, there's this quote in I think it's the book of 2 Samuel, where David wants to go and get his wife Michal, and God says to him, "If you go to Jerusalem, you will be captured by Saul." So he decides not to go to Jerusalem and is not captured. Okay. There's an example of contingent knowledge. God knows that if he goes to Jerusalem, he'll get caught. But if he doesn't go to Jerusalem, he won't get caught. The choice is David's. Which one does he take? He decides not to go. Now, interestingly enough, if the fact that he decides not to go shows the knowledge is contingent. So, in this particular case, that contingent knowledge is, and basically doing the negation of that contingent knowledge, shows its contingency. So, well, God knows what will happen ultimately. He leaves the details to you. So, every calamity isn't necessarily planned. Some of it is a result of your behavior, too. No. Well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes yeah,
We can talk.
yeah, we could talk for 5 hours on this. Cancer, in the case of, say, calamities like cancer, sometimes it happens just by random chance. Cancers do form from random chance. Sometimes they form by behaviors, like it's smoking. Smoking cigarettes will cause cancer. Did God plan for you to pick up smoking and, giving yourself lung cancer? Probably not. Probably not in his plans for you to do that. But he knew you'd do that anyway. He knows what choice you'll make, ultimately. But knowing it is not the same as planning it. So, or even desiring it, yeah. 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 As my producer says, in order to give somebody free will, they have to have choice. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Billy Ningham for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, Dr. Falk, it's been a long time. Well, it's good to see you. Could you say the Book of Esther was a story loosely based on a real event? Thanks. Yeah, sure. It could be loosely based on a real event. It could also be a book that was based on not so loosely on a real event. We're not exactly sure because we don't have a lot of records from that period. So again, we're at a shortage of, we don't know who the queens were. We have very little recorded from Artaxerxes here. So unfortunately, the record from the courts of Ahasuerus remains somewhat opaque to us. Okay, reconnect successful. All right, we just had OBS Studio disconnect for a moment there, and I think we're back. Okay, so we're not sure again because of the paucity of records that we have for that period of the Persian kingdom. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Okay, Billy Ningham for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Genesis 30:27, it seems like God did allow communication through divination. Yes. Does this point to a more ancient origin of the composition? Okay, let's bring up the passage and we'll take a look. Genesis 30, verse 27. 27. Okay. And it says, the text says, but Laban said to him, and this is to Jacob probably, if it now pleases you, stay with me. I have divined that the Lord has blessed me on your account. Okay. Yes. There was the practice of divination amongst the patriarchs. But we also know from patriarchal religious practice that there were practices that were allowed that were later basically said you don't do them anymore. The erection of matze boat, essentially pillars, religious pillars, was a practice that was allowed at the time of the patriarchs that was later on basically outlawed at the Sinai covenant. Divination was a practice that was practiced prior to Mount Sinai and later on abolished. Temples with, say, raised altars, stairs leading up the altars, and made out of dressed stone, allowed before the patriarch, or allowed before Sinai, outlawed after. So basically, there were a lot of religious practices that were allowed prior to Sinai that were later on abolished. So, this is not what Laban has done here is something that is consistent with the time of the patriarchs. We even see Joseph using divination. He has a cup of divining, and these were cups that were common in ancient Egypt. So, they would basically, you'd have a sort of a cup full of opaque liquid, like ink or wine, and you put that in your cup, and then you would use that to divine for divination purposes. And we know that kings of Egypt did this. We have a divination cup from the tomb of King Tutankhamun. The Genesis also records that Joseph had a cup of divination. So divination was a practice that was done by the patriarchs in ancient times. So this does seem to point to a religious practice that was happening, say, long before Sinai. So I think that is totally consistent with the ancient origin, not necessarily the ancient origin of the composition, but at least the ancient origin of the narrative. I think the composition itself is 13th century myself. But so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Do you know why God responds the way he does when asked what is his name in Genesis 32:29 and Judges 13:18? Off the top of my head, but let's find out. Bible here, so Genesis 32:19. Oh, sorry, 32:29. Okay, so again, we're at that struggle with between the Lord, and Jacob asked him, "Please tell me your name." But he said, "Why is it that you ask me my name?" and blessed him there. We are not sure exactly why God responds the way he does here. But for some reason, there is an intentional masking of the name of God to the patriarchs. He's known as El Shaddai, El Elyon, but he's never called Yahweh except as a retrojection. So, for some reason, the Lord decides not to tell the patriarchs his name. Again, we don't know why. Judges 13. Judges 13, 18. Verse 17. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "What is your name, that when your words come to pass, we may honor you?" But the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why do you ask my name, seeing it is wonderful?" Okay. So Manoah took a kid with the grain offering and offered it on the rock, and he performed wonders while Manoah and his wife looked on. All right. So again, we are talking here about the birth of Samson here, and his practically pagan parents. Now, in the case of Judges 13:18, one of the reasons I think the Lord here responds in this way, and this could possibly apply to the response in Genesis 32 as well, is the parents of Samson are pagans. They're Israelites that are living a pagan lifestyle. How do we know this? Because Samson is named after the sun god Shemesh. What are good Israelites doing naming their kid after a sun god? A Mesopotamian sun god. Ooh. Ah. Eeh. Yeah. So I think in the case of Judges 13:18, it's a matter of preventing Samson's parents from just adding Yahweh to just their pantheon. Basically telling them, if you haven't figured it out already, you got some deep-seated problems here. I think that's what's going on in the case of 18. You know, why you ask your name, seeing it is wonderful. Well, yeah, what God is wonderful? Yahweh. Figure it out. Oh. But what do? They name the kid after Samson, after Shemesh.
That chases.
Yeah.
That was
Deacon.
not the-
Deacon. the pagans being pagans again. Yep. Yep. Funny that. So now we do know also that Jacob was an idolater too. Okay. Because him and his wives, particularly Rachel, I think it was Rachel, steals Laban's idols. Okay. So Jacob doesn't have clean hands here when it comes to idolatry. You know, he participated in it also. So, you know, how much of the reticence to tell them his name is based upon that they're just going to add him to the pantheon of idols. Yeah, and that's true. They did use name magic as well. So, um, yeah, yeah. The Old Testament is really, as my producer says here, is very clear about this, that Yahweh resists manipulation. He resists the whole notion of being manipulated, whether that's from the Israelites, whether that's from the patriarchs. No, he is utterly sovereign. Utterly sovereign. And he refuses to open himself to people who would directly manipulate, or at least think they can manipulate him. So, again, this is, again, going back to that whole idea of, say, Genesis, you know, where 32, where Jacob has that struggle, that wrestling match with God, and at the end of it, God dislocates that hip bone, that socket, hip socket. That's again showing Jacob, yeah, okay, you think you prevailed here, but you remember who's in charge. Remember who can you know, who can end this. So, you know, he's not going to give himself to be just manipulated by some Israelites, you know, with other idols. And definitely Jacob was an idolater, and Manoah was an idolater. So that would explain the reticence to identify himself here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Jack Ray gifts the channel 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your contributions to the channel, and we really appreciate that this is helping to support us, and we are so thankful and so appreciative of it. Oh, what does member? Somebody asked what membership gives it. Now, when you click on the tab to join, it'll actually give you a description of what memberships give you, and various levels of membership give you various benefits. Now, most of our members are at the $5 a month level, so we basically treat most of them as the same. But it allows you to see our special content. We do have some special content, which we post once a month for members. And these are usually little videos where we talk about various issues in the Bible and in archaeology. Those videos sometimes get released, but not all of them do. So it's really gives you the access to things such as that. It'll give you access to special polls and to special updates for members only. So we do have some benefits that are exclusive for members, whether they're Patreon members or YouTube members. But anyway, that's what it gets you. And as I said, if you want to see the details, just click on the join button, and you can see for yourself what the various members give you as far as memberships. So thank you very much for asking, and we appreciate all our members who support this channel. Okay, next one here is from BC for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Ever heard of George's Ori? Is he a good source? Name doesn't... It sort of rings a bell, but I can't recall. Off the top of my head who this is. Is this like a fighter? Boxer? A French journalist? Sorry. Drawing a blank on this one. Okay. Yeah, don't know who this is. Sorry. The answer would definitely be no. Don't know who he is. I haven't heard of him. Okay. Okay. BC, a scholar, I'm told. Don't know him. Okay, BC for $2 Australian. Who's your favorite Mr. Darcy and why is it Colin Firth? Mr. Darcy, is that like Pride and Prejudice? Since I've never actually watched Pride and Prejudice, I'm gonna lost a comment on this one. I'll let my producer answer that question, since she's watched more Pride and Prejudice than I have. Okay. Next one here. Darkblade asks, sponsoring my question on Synology from about 10 a.m. Tuesday? Oh, dude. If you posted that question on 10 a.m. Tuesday, it's dropped off the map. Okay? I'm not going to be able to retrieve that. He says, also, I propose that intentionally promoting Ron Wyatt's claimed discoveries be labeled a sin. Well, it's definitely deceiving the flock and helping a wolf. So, so I'm not going to be able to answer your question because I won't have it. Because I don't keep the records that far back. But I will agree that promoting Ron Wyatt's work should be a sin, even though it's technically probably not. But boy, it's not a good look. Not a good thing. All right. So anyway, next one here is from Juan for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And we're going to try to wrap this up quickly because we're after midnight already. And we're almost at the end of the super chat. So it's been a long night. So we're already past the 4-hour mark here. And Juan says, historians identify ancient Judaism as originating in henotheism. Okay, sure. How do monotheists theologically justify their monotheism when henotheism was change? Don't understand the question. I don't really understand this question. I mean, Judaism was probably originated as henotheism. That's probably true. Monotheism is, however, does eventually dominate Israelite religion. It just takes a long time. You know, it really takes the Babylonian exile to really sort of kick the polytheism out of monotheism there. So, can't really answer this because I'm not really sure what the question is, but it does seem to be the history of henotheism, or of Israelite religion, does seem to be a progression from henotheism and really polytheism to monotheism. Okay, so that's the best I can do with this. All right, Jack Ray gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you so very much. BC for $2 Australian. How much for a 24-hour Falkathon? Oh, you can't afford it. Dude. All right, I'll give you a price. Since the last price, here's a price: 50,000 US. You get me 50,000 US, and I will give you a 24-hour Falkathon. Okay? So, you come up with $50,000, again, paid through PayPal.
We have a target.
We have a target, 50,000.
He said, give us.
No, 50,000 US dollars. Yeah, I don't think Slade will help you out on this one. I think you're on your own on this one, BC. So there you go. Redirect all membership funds. Okay. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. No, it's US dollars, not US cents. Jonathan asks, if you became convinced the Exodus was not a historical event, hypothetical, would you consider that a problem for the truth of Christianity? Why or why not? Not really. Look, even if it wasn't a historical event, let's just say it's just a mythological event. And we're doing the hypothetical because I don't think right now nothing would really convince me that it wasn't a historical event based upon all the evidence we have so far. The evidence seems for me to be pushes that past that 50% probability of it being a historical event. So it would take a lot to really convince me at this point that it wasn't a historical event. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, that it wasn't a historical event. Let's say it's a mythological event. All right. Would I consider that a problem for the truth of Christianity? No, I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't say it's a problem for the truth of Christianity is because the truth of Christianity is based upon the resurrection and the cross. Okay? It's the resurrection of Jesus Christ that upon which all Christianity rests upon. You could make the claim that Moses was nothing but a mythological archetype. That it was the mythological, say, foundational myth of the Israelite people. And that it's basing it all on archetypes. You know, archetypes that could have happened, that provide particular storytelling power, as it were. Sort of, in a sense, Joseph Campbell-ish kind of myth. And once you get into archetypes, then Christianity just becomes the type and the anti-type of the archetypes. So that would in no way then diminish the truth of Christianity. At that point, then, it's just more or less, well, then what are we basing then are the questions of this whole sort of, you know, the ideas of the Passover and all that on that type, anti-type, archetype kind of narrative. So when you've got that sort of situation, you know, you can still claim that, say, Exodus was not a historical event and still fully support the truth of Christianity. You know, and it's that sort of reasoning that gets you there. So just because it's not historical doesn't mean Christianity is fiction either. You know, that it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. So even if it wasn't a historical event, it could be something else. No. You know, a lie and a fiction isn't the only alternative. And this is what I find with some of the mythicist thinking here is, even for example, let's just say it's a myth. Well, there are various meanings to the term myth. You've got a myth. That's one definition of a myth, which is just, say, a fictional story. All right, that's one definition of myth. You got another definition of myth, which is it's the interaction between gods and mankind. That's another kind of myth. You got a third kind of myth, which is sort of a mytho-history, where real historical events are being related in terms of the gods. And then you have the term, a definition of myth, which is just a story. It's a narrative. So with all the various definitions of myth, it does point to the fact that it isn't just a dichotomy between what is historical and what is fictional. It's a false dichotomy. And because that's a false dichotomy, there are other options that, even if it's not historical, wouldn't undermine the truth of Christianity in any way. So I think we have to be careful here not to resort to sloppy thinking. And that's what a bifurcation fallacy, black and white fallacy, will get you, is sloppy thinking. So just because the one is not historical doesn't mean that the other isn't. So, now, with that said, however, I do think that the Exodus is a historical event. I think the evidence is compelling that it's a historical event. But I think it's also, at the same time, if it wasn't a historical event, it also wouldn't represent a problem for the truth of Christianity as a whole. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, next one here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much. Oh. Well, I'm in Logos. What do you recommend I do? Ah. Okay. While you're there, use discretion. Okay, that's the first thing. It would help to know a little more details. How far are you in the program? What year are you in the program? What's your degree program? What's your purpose for taking the program? Okay, there's oh, that's a huge question right there. But that's, unless we know what program he's in and what his purpose is. Yeah. Okay. Okay, he says, I'm getting an associate's. All right, hang in there. We're going to need a little more info. Okay, I'm getting an associate's degree. An associate's degree, for those who are not familiar with it, is a 2-year degree. It's not a real degree. It's not considered it won't entitle you to the next academic level. It's kind of a degree that's not a degree. Okay, so that tells us one thing. So you're either in first or second year. Okay, and he says, I am attempting to get into theology. All right, definitely pick a different school. Are you in first year or second? We'll need to know what year you're in. So are you in first or second year? Okay, year 2. Okay, here's what you do. Finish your associate's degree and get out. So yeah. Count this like going to community college. Here's what you can expect. You're going to have to get into a 4-year proper if you want to get into theology, you're going to have to get into a proper 4-year degree program. Now, that can be not just in theology, because theology is most likely you're going to do that as a graduate program. You're going to do that as your master's degree. Theology itself is very rarely taken in the undergrad. So what you're going to do is you're going to probably do a full bachelor's degree at some point, because you're going to need that. Okay, you're going to absolutely need that 4-year bachelor's degree. So the associate's degree is not going to cut it. Ooh, yeah, no, that's bad. That's bad. He says, I was attempting to get into a doctorate degree at Logos. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. If you can get into a doctorate degree with an associate's, that's not, that's a huge problem. That's a red flag. Most schools will not even consider that to be a legitimate doctorate. It is not a legitimate doctorate.
They will tell you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been through.
Yeah. I would strongly if your idea is to get if your goal is to get into theology, I would strongly advise finishing up your associates and get out. Just finish the program because you're so far into it. Okay, you're almost done. Okay, so you're almost done the associates. Finish it, get your piece of paper, get out. And go to another place to get your 4-year. And if you're lucky, you will find one of those colleges will give you some credit for your associates. And that's good. That's good. That's fine.
And even if they don't.
And even if they don't,
he's got a background.
Yeah.
He'll do better.
Yep. You'll do better in your subsequent courses for having taken it. It's just that you might have, have to do 2 extra years. That's fine. But yes, what are some of your recommendations, especially online wise? That's tough to say. I'm not a huge fan of online programs anyway. I think online programs are not good, especially for theology courses where especially when you start taking languages. You can't learn a language online. So if you're gonna be playing the theology game, you need the languages. You'll need undergrad Greek. You can't learn that online. And if you can learn it online, it's going to be some of the worst classes you ever take. Yeah, you do need to look at only accredited universities if you want to do this. I would strongly, especially if you're going to go all the way to the PhD, don't cut corners. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to cut corners. You will, I mean, if you do an online bachelor's is, if you were doing an online bachelor's in any other field, I would say go for it. But because you're wanting to do it in theology, that whole language thing is going to be really problematic. You're not going to be able to do that because language courses are taught 3 times a week. They generally don't adapt very well to online learning because oftentimes students are called in class to respond and to do in-class work. So a language is very difficult to learn online. Nigh on impossible, I would say.
Don't know how to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I would highly recommend that you do, especially if you're doing religion or theology. If you're doing theology, go the traditional school route. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it's a pain in the butt. Yes, it's time consuming. There's a ton of negatives. Oh yeah, I worked full time and did grad school my first 2 years of grad school. And it was hard to do. It was really hard to do. Um, but there's no substitute for the traditional route if you're going to do this in this way, doing this particular thing. If you were doing something else, well, when you could probably work around it, but because of what you want to take here, your options are kind of limited as to what's a good and proper course of education. But
But
yeah,
it can be done.
it can be done.
We've
It can be
forced
done.
church mice-
Oh yeah. My producer says we've been poor as church mice all our adult lives because of this, but it can be done. So that's
and
what I
it's
would.
worth it.
That's she's also added to. It's worth it, and I would agree. Going the traditional route of education here is worth it. You don't. It does. This is not going to help you to take shortcuts, whether that's through an unaccredited university or through an online program. You are.
I had
Well, that's going to be more important at the graduate level, though. Not so important at the undergrad level, but what you really need is your undergrad degree. That's really the next step. You need that bachelor's, whether that's a Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science. It doesn't matter. You just need a bachelor's. And I would recommend an institution where you can get Greek. If you can get that, you'll probably be fine. But go to here are my recommendations in a nutshell. Go to an accredited school. Don't mess around with an unaccredited school. It's not worth it. You're just going to waste time. 2, get that bachelor's degree. That BA, Bachelor of Arts, is probably the one that's most commonly gotten in this case. You don't need one in the sciences for this. You can just do arts. I'd avoid sort of the bachelor's of theology. Bachelor's of Arts looks better. So get a bad BA of some kind. Doesn't matter what it's in. Philosophy, psychology, sociology, geography. There's a lot of good humanities you can get this in. And then once you get that Bachelor's of Arts, then it's the third recommendation: pick a school that has Greek, where you can take undergrad Greek. Take that first year of Greek minimum.
yeah, do philosophy.
Vermin Trash Rat says, I do wish to do philosophy, so that is a good thing. That's an excellent subject. If you want to go into theology, philosophy is an excellent, excellent degree program to take. Yeah. I mean, I did my undergrad degree in philosophy. I can attest to the fact that it's really, it's an excellent undergrad degree for somebody who wants to do religious studies or theology. More people should be taking philosophy in their undergrad programs. So absolutely, I would highly recommend philosophy as a... Now, understand, a lot of philosophy teachers are atheists. They're going to try to convince you to become an atheist too. That's just the occupational hazard. As long as you know that, understand that, you can live with that. All right. So, philosophy is a great subject. It teaches you how to write well. It teaches you how to think clearly. Those are great skills to have. Great skills. Okay. So I think that's what you should do. Is I think you should, finish up your associate's degree at Logos. Don't pursue a second degree with them. Go to another institution and earn your proper BA. Philosophy is a great major to do it in. Take your first year Greek there, and make sure the school is properly accredited. Okay. As far as specific universities, I'm not going to recommend a specific university. There's many that'll work for this. Both state and state universities will work for this. Some community colleges will give you 4-year degrees, although not as good as, say, a university. It's still not bad. There are seminaries that offer 4-year degree programs. Any degree program that'll give you an accredited 4-year Bachelor of Arts is acceptable. Okay. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. We're going to try to rush through the last few super chats here, and we have 3 left, so let's try to get through this to the end, and then call it a night here, because we are already well past 4.5 hours. Okay, Expedited History asks, how do Christians who believe the Bible in historical explain Daniel 4:33, did Nebuchadnezzar actually go crazy and live in the wilderness? We actually answered this exact same question earlier on. So go back and view that answer. We talked about this quite in depth. So I don't know why we got this question twice tonight. Did somebody do something on this that is raising questions? Because we normally get like multiple questions like this when there's a when somebody posts a video on sort of this sort of topic. But we did answer this earlier in the night, so you can go back and you can view that answer. Okay, BC here for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Who posted the question? It was really at the beginning of that stream hide. Let's see here. It was the very first one. Very first question of the night from Bourbon Trash Rat. So it's the very first. we do this in the very first question of the night. So so that's where it is. It's the very first super chat question. Okay. BC says, is liking Super Troopers a sin? I don't know. Could be. I don't know what Super Troopers is. So, I don't know. Okay. So anyway, the final super chat of the night here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for that super chat. What is something not often discussed about Jonah? Dead. I think one of the things that's not talked about enough about Jonah is that he's mentioned in the Book of Kings. Very, very few people, when they talk about Jonah, talk about the fact that he is discussed in the Book of Kings. He is mentioned there. I think Jonah, let's find this here. And it's not a big reference. Here. 2 Kings 14. This is talking about the life of Jeroboam. And 2 Kings 14, verse 25. And he restored the border of Israel from talking about Jeroboam, the entrance of Hamath as far as the sea of the Arabah, according to the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, which he spoke through his servant Jonah, the son of Amittai, the prophet, who was of Gath-Hepher. This is really interesting. This is something you don't hear about when it comes to the life of Jonah, is that he was an active prophet in the northern kingdom of Israel. He was the prophet in the days of the divided monarchy of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Really interesting. Really interesting. that this is not just the Book of Jonah is not just a disconnected tale, a hagiography, basically a mythological figure. Jonah was a real person who's attested elsewhere in the Bible. In the completely unrelated 2 Kings, we find Jonah attested. I think this was an incredibly interesting little detail that people very, very seldom discuss when it comes to Jonah. Yeah, they talk about the belly of the whale, although they never talk about being dead. And they talk sometimes about the gourd vine that covers him. And they talk about Nineveh. Okay. But they almost never talk about the cross-reference of him in the Book of Kings. And that he was a real person because of that. A real prophet who was active prophesying in the northern kingdom of Israel at the time of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Fascinating. Really, really interesting. So, that's what I would say is something that's not often discussed about Jonah. Oh, okay. That's probably true too, which is, certain. Tim says, which makes it much more interesting when the Pharisees say, tell Nicodemus, check the scriptures, there's never been a prophet from Galilee. Yep. Here you go. Oh boy. Darkblade. And that was, by the way, was our last last super chat for the night. So we're going to wrap up here really, really soon because we've been going 4.5 hours and I'm exhausted and hungry. So, Darkblade says, was he dead? Dead, double dead as Cyrus dead, or dead as the credibility of the Mount Ebal amulet dead? I think the last one. Because the credibility of that Mount Ebal amulet is really dead. Oh boy. Okay, so I think that's going to be the last. Oh, wait, I know we didn't take as many non-super chats tonight, but we had a ton of super chats tonight, and we did want to make sure we got through all of them. So we want to. We're going to call it a night at this point. So, with that said, we want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We want to thank our super chatters and our supporters who have donated generously to this channel. We can't do it without you. You guys put food on the table. We're so appreciative of your efforts to basically support this ministry and to keep us on the air. We also want to thank our subscribers, are both our Patreon supporters as well as our YouTube subscribers. You guys have always helped us keep the equipment running. We so appreciate, because things do break down from time to time, and without you guys, we can't keep this going either. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos, hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel, because you guys are basically what YouTube is tracking to make sure that this video is distributed. And if you can, do share a link occasionally with other social media platforms to get the message out there. That said, thank you very much for watching. You have a great night, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.